Good morning, my friends. How you doing today? Good morning from New York. Guys, I have another stream for you today. It's actually 7 a.m. on the dot, and it's actually 73 degrees right now in New York. So I'm currently in Brooklyn, Bedford-Stuyvesant to be specific. Yes, guys, I'm just gonna be doing my thing today, like always. You guys come, chat with me, leave comment, questions. I really thank you guys. Really another day on this planet. I really thank God for everything. Garcia, good morning. How are you today? How you feeling today? Yeah, Darcy, I'm in Brooklyn, Bedford-Stuyvesant. Another day on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Another day on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Great. You know, I actually was so exhausted yesterday. Went to sleep. Slept enough last night. Woke up this morning. Man, the hard part about morning is waking up. But I got used to it. I've never really was a morning person, you know, until I start doing this job, you know, with the Revel. You know, like waking up like every morning at 5 o'clock, you know, shower, get everything together. I'm quick, you know. I went, you know, like I take care of my stuff in the morning, quick, fast. Get in my car, drive from Manhattan to Brooklyn. Early in the morning, it's kind of quiet. It's a really quick ride for me from home to the depots, to Brooklyn, basically. I'm sure someone is gonna request me before I get on the bridge. So I already like did 2 trips this morning. Damn. People want to go some places, you know, go to work, take care of their things, obviously.
app. Get a morning boost at Whole Foods Market. Save 33% on select ready-to-drink multi-serve coffees with Prime through August 27th. Shop brews from your favorite brands for easy energizing. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Still ahead?
Oh, just a look at that, a happy, oh, the happy dog, oh, just a happy.
Some Sue's animal news with one dog who was really bad at his job. We'll tell you about that in just a minute. Who's really good at his job? Well, that would be you, Joe Lundberg.
And it looks like we've got an easy one for today. A lot of sunshine. Temperatures this afternoon, Susan, going to get up to about 86 degrees. Now, if you're not a fan of heat, you're not going to like tomorrow, because after a warm, muggy night tonight with a low of 71, it is going to get hot and humid tomorrow with a high of 93. But strong thunderstorms are likely in the afternoon and evening that will quell that heat. In fact, just rip it out of here for Thursday. Clouds, a few sunny breaks, slight chance of a shower mainly south and west of the city on Thursday. The big thing is it's much cooler at the high 76. Some sunshine Friday with a high of 77. Right now, clear, 68 degrees in Central Park. We're going up to a high of 86. I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds, the 92.3 FM.
3 cheers for Mello.
That dog is super dog.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that. In fact, what happens when a police pup is too mellow?
I might be wakey, but I want to play.
Mello the dog was being trained to be a drug detection police doggo in Ventura County, California, but he was frankly too mellow for the gig.
He was better suited to be a therapy dog because he was so friendly and wasn't able to focus on detection.
Yeah, that's handler Sheriff Sung Lee, who tells Inside Edition Mello is now loving his new assignment at the local prison. In fact, he says since Mello has been there, they've seen fewer fights among inmates. Well, for many fans, he will always be the Superman. Nearly 20 years after his death, a documentary is coming out about Christopher Reeve. In fact, the trailer has dropped for Superman, the Christopher Reeve story.
I felt I needed to do something, not just for myself, but for everyone else in the same condition.
The fact that Superman was in a wheelchair and was willing to go public with it was huge.
Help is on the way.
Reeve became a quadriplegic after a horse riding accident. The movie tells the story of how he fought to find a cure for his spinal cord injuries.
The Christopher and Dana Reeve Paralysis Act.
People are literally walking.
Yeah, man, you can be Superman, right?
Well, Reeve's family.
You could be Superman, right? And eventually something would happen to you, man. Like this guy, I feel bad for him. Just horse ride. Put him on spinal cord injuries, man. They bad. Something happened to your spine and you broke some vertebrae. You'd be on a wheelchair for the rest of your life. I feel bad for him, but when Christopher Reeve dies, like a long time ago. Man, I don't know what's clocking and clicking. Something here. Oh, it's not right. Yes, sir.
There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Because the news is always changing. Check back with us 2, 3, 4 times a day and stay connected.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM. You give us 22 minutes, we'll give you the world.
Good morning, 68 degrees. It is 7:20 on this Tuesday, August 27th. I'm Susan Richard. Here's what's happening. A middle-of-the-night 4-alarm fire forces people out of a multifamily home in Ocean Hill, Brooklyn. Our Glenn Shuck coming up.
There's gotta be a lithium-ion battery, man. Batteries exploding everywhere.
Loss of income ahead of the new semester and more possible protesting. Governor Hochul hosted a Zoom call on college campus safety. As you do that back-to-school shopping,
Survey says.
yeah, prepare to spend more than last year. Mariah Carey now confirming that both her mother and sister died last weekend. In sports, Yanks beat the Nationals. Mets had the night off. AccuWeather sunny, warm today, 86 degrees. Wins News Time 7:21. Traffic and transit on the ones.
Mariah Carey, she's
All right,
not my favorite.
The inbound side of the George Washington Bridge. Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. We are.
Although Mariah Carey, she's got a son. His name is Moroccan. Those are Cannon's kids, right? Damn, that guy Cannon's got like 24 kids or something. He pops kids like rabbits. That's crazy. I guess he could afford it, right? I think Cannon's family are rich already before even he became an actor, became a rapper, right? Was it a rapper? Man, something is bothering me here with this car. I think someone dropped something inside the vent, and it's making like fucking annoying noise. I mean, I can hear it, but I'm not sure what. I'm sure somebody dropped something here. You know, the vent of the Tesla, it's not like just part of the dashboard. It's like it goes from all the way from left to right, right to left, like just all the width of the car. You know, you can easily drop anything inside this vent. What a fucking stupid design. I am positive something is on here.
tells 1010 Wins. She's got her own bill that would cover the first 2 meals of the day.
Working with social workers and school communities, that oftentimes when a kid ends up in a social worker's office or in the principal's office, often the first question that people ask is, have you eaten? And more often than not, it is no.
She says their effort comes in the wake of Tim Walz being nominated for vice president and would mark an expansion of the work that he did to get free meals for kids in schools in Minnesota. Jelly Roll and his wife Bunny are keeping it real. Just like most couples, they argue about what they think the other person is spending too much money on. For the Roll family, it is kiddie pools. In fact, her latest one from Amazon was good for TikTok, but not good for Jelly.
Babies, let's get it. I made a hillbilly cold plunge today, and my husband is done with me.
Mama, did you get another kiddie pool?
Yes.
You know, when we get a nice house, you can't keep putting kiddie pools in the backyard. It's not big enough for Chachi.
Yes, he is. I'm sure I'm not the first person to have ever thought of this. This is a hillbilly cold plunge.
Well, after taking the plunge, Bunny didn't seem too into it, but apparently the family dogs, including Chachi, were having a blast. Wednesday News Time 726, Bloomberg Money Watch, and Steve Potisk.
Paramount Global has gone back to Plan A, Susan, now that Seagram Mayor Edgar Bronfman has dropped out of the bidding for the entertainment company. The Hollywood studio says it expects to complete it.
Yes, complete what? You know that guy, the soccer player, Cristiano Ronaldo? That guy's hit 15 million subscribers in 2 weeks, man. Damn, that's the fastest YouTuber that rose to a really fast pace, right? It's amazing. And you know what? I didn't know that Cristiano Ronaldo is from Portugal. I thought he was Brazilian. I thought he was Brazilian, but you know, Brazilians, they speak the Portuguese. So obviously, I just heard him talking the other day. I mean, I just heard him talking on one of his videos, because he uploaded like maybe 10 videos or one shot, and then he had some shorts. About 50 million subscribers in 2 weeks. I don't think even Mr. Beast took him like fucking. I'm sorry for my language. Mr. Beast took him like probably 4 or 5 years by the time he hit 1 million. Unbelievable. And I'm sure that guy, Ronaldo, he probably has someone, he hired someone to do his editing on all that stuff. It's just him and his wife, right? And they got 3 kids. 50 million. I don't think YouTube got a chance to even send them the silver YouTube button, probably, which I really want to see one of. Probably they send them the gold straight up, right? Crazy. It wasn't as good, you know. You know who my favorite player? Diego, what is it? Maradona, right? I think his first name is Diego, right? Yeah, Maradona died too, like maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. Paolo, how are you? How are you today? Thank you. I appreciate you. I know you left me one of the comments on one of the video that I have there about the ride share. I really appreciate you. Thanks for your comment. Cristiano Ronaldo. It's nice to be famous, right? Man, this clucking and rattling noise in front of this car is bothering me right now. I don't know what it is, but I know somebody dropped something into this vent. You know, if you want to get something out of this vent, you probably need to destroy the car. The whole front, the whole, you know, like dashboard of this car. Although this is not a dashboard, it's not even a dashboard. I think maybe if you want to, you know, like take apart, it would be easier than having like a regular car with a dashboard, right? Because the car does not have a dashboard. Crazy. You can see, I mean, if anybody has a Tesla, you can see this vent, like it runs all the width of the car. Or maybe not even from there. I'm assuming something fell in here. Some stupid driver maybe dropped something in. I could easily drop something inside this vent. Very easy. I guess I gotta deal with this today. Gotta deal with it. Nothing you could do. You hear it? I think you guys can hear it.
It's going to be mostly cloudy Thursday and much cooler, less humid. Slight chance of a shower, best chance to the south of the city, to high 76. Some sunshine Friday with a high of 77. It looks like a relatively comfortable start to the holiday weekend. At Central Park, clear and 68. The humidity 87%. The wind north-northeast at 5. Repeating our current temperature 68, headed to 86 in Midtown. I'm meteorologist.
Yeah, clear in Central Park. You know, Central Park was dangerous at one point, right? Now it's even dangerous than it was before. You know, you cannot walk through the park. There's so many robberies, rape inside Central Park right now, you know, for the past like year or two. It wasn't like that, man. Now you can't even stroll through the park sometimes, even during the daytime. Central Park is my favorite, man. Central Park, it's amazing. this address. It's got this cosmetic called L'Oreal. You guys know the place that sells mascara? I think there's a lot of stuff, not just mascara. L'Oreal, right? It's a French company, I think. See, nobody is here for the pickup. Man, I'm only 2 blocks away from my place. Feel like going back to sleep right now. No, I slept enough, man. Last night, I was knocked out, man, the whole night. Man, I rarely, when I get to a pickup location and someone is waiting there. I mean, look, I've been with Uber since 2014. Did the ride share for almost 10 years, right? And people literally, they just want to have you wait here, obstructing the traffic, double park. You know what I'm saying? Forget about like if you go in Midtown where there's no place to park. I mean, at least here it's wide open. You see how you know, it's crazy. 10th Avenue, we have an avenue. You see how they all have the bike lanes, pedestrian walkways, all that stuff. Now they even put a bike lane on 10th Avenue, which is insanity. Here, eventually they're gonna come and put like one of the bike lanes here, and eventually they will have people park right there next to the bike lane, and then you're only gonna have like 2 lanes of traffic. And obviously they're doing this just to make drivers miserable. That's what it is. You know, to try to stop people from driving and say, oh man, I don't want to be driving in the city. I'm not taking my car. I don't care what do you do, man. People that gonna drive into Manhattan. Yeah, dispatchers are so spoiled, man. I mean, this is how car service it's always been, you know, back in the days, and that's how it started, right? People that call the base, and then you go pick someone up, and obviously by the time you know the base get the trip, they dispatch it to the limousine driver. I'm saying that was before the rideshare, you know, before this apps, right? At least you go there, people they're waiting for you more likely, but here, people request the car and they think, yeah, they're entitled. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you wait for me. Unbelievable. That's why driving yellow cab, it's simple, man. You stop, people hail a cab, pick them up. You're on your way out of there. Oh yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? This is the good time. I'm gonna actually cancel, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm not getting anything out of this, even if I cancel, right? Hey.
Hey, good morning.
All right, good morning. What's your name?
Banal.
All right, no problem. good for you here?
Yeah, here is good. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Take care.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, sir. Oh, I can see you. Wow, we need to go all the way west? Doesn't make no sense. Yeah, rebel algorithm does not make no sense. To go all the way west to the Hudson. Hudson River. Miracle on Hudson, 34th Street. Remember the British, not the British Airways, the one of the plane that landed on the Hudson? Yeah, US Airways, I think, yeah. Man, all the passengers survived on that plane. Oh, they canceled this trip. But I'm still gonna be going west anyway. That's why I told you this trip does not make no sense, right? So the person canceled because they know I'm all the way east, but I get there quick. I swear I would have been there like in 5 minutes maybe. Yeah, US Airways, man. I remember that day, man. I walked to the Hudson. It was cold day. It was very freezing cold. You know, the pilot, his name is Sully something. That guy is awesome, man. He's a flight instructor and he's a veteran pilot. You see what I'm talking about? So, and it was a co-pilot with him also that made the decision to actually land on the Hudson. Unbelievable, man, because at one point the aircraft took off, you know, from LaGuardia, right? I think 5 minutes into the flight, I think, or 10 minutes into the flight, I think. And then there were flock bird, right? Had both engines, you know. They end up the you know, the engine stalls and stuff. At one point, you know, they were thinking about going back to LaGuardia, and that's how he made a decision to actually land there. I think it was a good decision. And at one point, you know, he was under investigation. The FAA, I think they grilled him, you know, because the fact that he wasn't, he didn't listen, the fact that they were asking him to go back. Obviously, the plane would have glided back to LaGuardia, no problem, because it's right there, right? But why take a chance? And then he just decided to, see, when you do something good for people, they start questioning you why you did that, right? I mean, that's my decision, but obviously he knew what he was doing, right? Oh yeah? Yeah, there's no that carrier, it's no longer in business. US Airways. You know, when some of these US carriers, they have like problem like that where they lost a couple planes, whatever, people died, they just go out of business, like TWA and Pan Am. These two, the two two carriers, right? They actually, one of them, Pan Am, because back in the 90s, I think, early 90s, there was, I don't know if it was an act of terrorism, because it was one of the Pan Am 747. It actually blew up over Scotland. All people died, and they actually, they knew that, they think it was actually terrorism. I'm not sure whether it's true or not, right? And same thing with the TWA also. It was 747. I think the fuel cell, something happened inside, it blew up over Long Island. Yes, I remember that time also. And that's when TWA went out of business at one point. Also Pan Am went out of business. And Shane, what's up, my friend? How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Oh yeah, you live in Colorado? Yeah, man, I know there's something going on in Colorado, like New York, with the migrants. The MS-13, man, they were released from Venezuela jails, and they let them in the country. You know, instead of bringing people with job skills, you know, people that could actually contribute to USA society, no, man, they bring people to pay them, give them money, place to stay, and even approve the asylum, you know? Asylum seekers are douchebags, man. Shane, welcome, my friend. You live where? In Denver? Denver, Bloomfield. Bloomfield. You know, this place is like Denver. It's the state capital. Thunder Valley. Shane, do you know Thunder Valley? Colorado Spring? Nice. Huh? What a fucking trip, man. This trip, I need to go 15, almost. Oh, canceled. Nice. This trip, I probably had to go like 20 minutes to pick this person up. Yeah, Shane, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was gonna say, but you completed my sentence. Yes, what the national track is. Yes, sir, Shane. You know your game, right? That's really nice track there, right? There's one of the guy that actually is a pro racer. His name is Eli Tomac. He's from Colorado. Yeah, Thunder Valley. It's really nice. High elevation. You know, when the professional motocross riders, they go there because they're all manufacturers, you know, like Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and there's another bunch of manufacturers from Europe. Actually, they enter in the MAA motocross in the US, right? Now we have some of the Italian brands like a Ducati. Also, eventually they're gonna start, you know, their team here in America. Also, we have some of the other brands that are already part of the motocross nationals. So when it's because it's a high elevation there, usually the bikes, they don't work as good as if you're lower elevation, right? So they usually, you have to do a lot of things to the bike in order for the bike actually to breathe. It's like same thing like human being. You go high and some of the part of the high elevation, you always have, you know, have problem breathing, right? So it's the same thing with the bikes. So they have to do a lot of modification for the bikes to actually, for them to actually be able to race them up there. But yeah, that track is actually been part of the series for a long time. We have a track here in New York called Unadilla. It's the best of the tracks of all of them, you know. And the track in Unadilla, upstate New York, been around for like since the early 1960s. Yeah, Thunder Valley. Shane, are you originally from Colorado? Yeah, Shane, I just kind of explained to you because I ride motocross. You know, I ride on like a regional amateur races and stuff like that. I mean, but I really, that's one of the tracks that I really wanted to go to, attend one of those nationals, but I've never had a chance. You know, I've been to some of the nationals in the long northeastern part of the country, you know, because we have like 4 races, like in New York, upstate New York. The one I go to sometimes is Pennsylvania, and also to Connecticut. They have, but Connecticut, it's not an outdoor, it's an indoor. during the winter time. And most of the tracks, they're all out west. Yes, yes. You're originally from Ohio. Okay. I assume you've been to New York, I guess, right? Oh yeah, Loretta Lynn's. Yeah, I've never been to Loretta Lynn's. Yeah, I really want to go there too. That's big national amateur race, you know. It takes place every time on Loretta Lynn's ranch. I think Loretta Lynn died just recently. Also, her daughter just died like a week ago, I think, right? Loretta Lynn was singer, songwriter, right? Yeah, and that's happened to be her ranch, and most, you know, that's what I call her Americans. You know what I'm saying? People that go to Loretta Lynn's. I mean, people that I think really they do have fun. They do go there, you know, to qualify for these amateur races, because if you're good and you race and you know how to beat your competitors, that's when you get sponsored. And that race at Loretta Lynn's, and it's a whole week. It just ended about a week ago. You know, one of my friends, actually, he's a privateer. He went there, and you know, if you're not good, you're not gonna make it there. It's really tough. This year was really nice. It did not rain like it rained last year, and I watched most of it, you know, online, basically. Yeah, Loretta Lynn's, it's crazy. Too many riders that go there to qualify. You have, first of all, before even you get to Loretta Lynn's, you have to qualify in the regionals here, you know, and they give you sort of pathway to go race Loretta Lynn's. You get my point? So you have to be good at the regionals before you be able to go. Actually, you have to qualify for those. Yeah, you have to qualify. There's two qualifications. You have to qualify regional, local, and then eventually you might be able to go to Loretta Lynn's to race those that national. I mean, it's not national, but it's an amateur race. But that's where you have to prove that you're good, you know. And if you do, you get picked up right there by either, you know, whatever the manufacturer that you ride. You know, it's the same thing. Like when you race, when we race at regional level in our district, like my district is District 34 in New York. Although if I go to race like New Jersey or Connecticut, any points that I get from those districts, they apply to my District 34. So there's so many districts around the country. So yeah, Loretta Lynn is awesome, man. People, they go there, they camp for like almost 2 weeks because too many qualifiers. You know, and there's too many riders, you know. So and people, it's like almost like they go there on vacation. You know what I'm talking about? But it's scenic. You know, Loretta Lynn's track is very scenic. But you gotta have money. I'm telling you. You know, those guys that go Loretta Lynn's, you know, some of them, they're privateer. I mean, you have to dish out money out of pocket, you know, to go race there. You know what I'm saying? So I know people that race there, they're rich, you know, parents, you know, they could provide for the kids, bikes, entry level, you know, because you have to pay for your entry, you know, like to be admitted. And so same thing when you go to some places within the track, you have to park there, pay for your spot, pay for your entry fees. It's not cheap, you know. And then you will have to have a bike that it's actually works bike, you know. It's got to have those all the whistles and everything, you know. It's you know, you're gonna have to have a good bike in order for you to race Loretta Lynn's. You can't race a stock bike there, you know what I'm talking about. It's gotta be all tricked out. Although the bikes, they go through inspection, you know, they go through inspection before you race, but there's no way for them to figure out what's inside, you know, the engine itself, because there's a lot of modification that you do the bike. You know, you could put out the cylinder and make it a little faster, polish, you know, the some of these port, you know, for your, you know, for everything to flow nice and smooth. You know, you add so many tricks to your because most of the bikes now, they fuel injected, you know. But the kid that they rides like college boy. There's some of these Manios, they call them, you know, where they race like the 80s and 125 cc's. Those are different. Yeah, those are two-stroke. Yes, we're at Columbia University campus. This is where Obama attended school in New York. He was a pothead, that dude. But now the school, I'm telling you, man, it's heavily guarded. You know why? Because of the Chunky Girl, how you doing today? How's everything going? Oh yeah, the one of your actually friends, his daughter raced the Loretta Lynn. It's really cool because I know there's little girls, they're really fast too. Yeah, you cannot. You gotta count the girls also, you know, because some of the little girls, man, they're fast on like the small bikes and even the bigger bikes, because they have girl classes also. Man, you see how they make things complicated? You see Columbia University, you could walk through Columbia University from here, exit on the other side. You could go inside. Like that was before they had that, you know, the protests inside, you know, because of the war overseas, right? So now you can't go inside the Columbia University. Before you go inside, they search you. They have like metal detector. It's crazy, man, because it's always been like that. You know, like you could walk in through Columbia University, even go inside some of these places, whatever, walk there, even if you're not student. You see what I'm talking about? But since this thing happened here about the protest, now they cordon off the perimeter. You know, you got to be student to go inside. Or even a student, they want to search you first before you go inside. Same thing, man. Before 9/11, you could walk into federal buildings. You could work anywhere. You know what I'm saying? No problem. Even if you go to some military bases, you know, you could just walk in. Obviously, they might want to check you, right? But it wasn't as strict right now, man. 9/11, COVID changed everything in this country, man. And I know some of the politicians, they do this thing on purpose. They create these havoc on citizens. Not really cool, man. Shane, no, I actually work for Uber, Lyft also, and I do this gig with the Revel. I know, I'm not sure, Shane, you're aware of one of the companies that we have here. It's all electrified fleet. They all have Teslas, right? They started 3 years ago. So No, I don't. Honestly, I have Uber Eats in my app as an option. I've never delivered food. I never delivered one item. I have a DoorDash account. I had it for almost 3 years. Yeah, I've never delivered. It's all been like ride share, you know, and it's always been like that, you know, since the beginning, obviously. But I have my own vehicle. I just drive for this company for a couple of days a week because they provide the cars, nothing out of pocket, basically. So I drive for them like today and tomorrow and maybe like the end, you know, maybe Saturday. Sometimes I show up on Saturdays. Do you do gig work? Yeah, I make decent, you know, with the problem with these people, right, that I'm working for, right? Initially, my intent to actually get on board with these people that I'm working with today, right? That I'm actually working with, like this morning, like today, right? It's called Revel, R-V-E-L. I'm not sure you're familiar with Revel. Yeah, Revel, right? So when I got on board with them, it was all about, you know, because obviously they're going all electric, you know, contributing to the environment, right? But at one point, you know, like my intent initially to actually start with them because they hire drivers as employees, right? So entitled to all our employment benefit. Right, that was my thing. So and me being on Uber and Lyft and some of the apps that they competed with Uber here, also we have a couple apps. So on that side, I'm independent contractor, so it's everything out of pocket. There's no health benefit, no employment benefit, you know. And for some reason, the company right now, currently Revel, that I'm with today, right, I'm driving for them because I was an employee, right? But the problem is, after 3 years being in the business, now this company wants to switch drivers from employees into independent contractors, which is really sad, you know, that this is not how they started initially, because they did not kept, you know, they never kept their promises at this point, because I would more likely to think they should have continued with the employment model, right? But obviously, yeah, obviously now they want us to switch at the end of September, you know, from employees into, you know, into independent. But I think I'll not be making more money being an independent contractor with this company. I know for sure 100%, you know, because like now, because I'm an employee, I'm only getting minimum wage, which is you know, I'm getting like $17 plus some incentives. Hourly premium, they add some money into the thing. So I usually average $25 per hour plus the tip. I really get good tip. I mean, I usually average like between $100 to $125 worth of tip within like 3 days of work. And every time, like now, because obviously I only have like maybe 3 weeks for me to actually sign this DocuSign and email it back to them. So I could do the transition to independent contractors, but I'm just kind of riding the waves at this point, you know, until the end of this, and obviously by the end of September, I will be as an independent contractor with this company, because like every week since they announced this, you know, every other week I get like, you know, based on what I make, you know, as an employee right now, they estimated me thinking from like between $900 to like $1,100-$1,200, you know, per week, working only 3 days. And I know for a fact, you know, because obviously once I become independent contractors with this company, they're gonna show us the upfront pricing, they're gonna show you the pickup location, the drop-off location, and being as an independent contractor, working with their vehicle, they will charge us like $10 an hour rental for the vehicle, which really it's okay with me, as long as I can knock some of the trips, within an hour. And I'm capable of doing that, honestly, because I just have to be careful, because the way I drive, I'm not, I kind of sort of reckless sometimes, but I'm in control. So yeah, I just have to be very mindful of the fact that I cannot be reckless, extra reckless. Oh, Shane, you know Revel, right? Yeah, initially they started as a rental, scooter company. They were rented like a moped, and they operated in San Francisco, New York, and Washington D.C. And at one point, they had gone through some problems where some people died on those scooters, right? They had so many claims and things like that. The city of New York fed up with them at one point, where they shut them down for a little bit until they revamped the app. They made it a little safer for people to get on board, right? And at one point, like 3 years ago, they decided to bail out on the scooters, and they transitioned to the rideshare company. Obviously there's a cost involved of having employees, because that's why you can see Uber and Lyft, they fight in tooth and nail with city, state, countries everywhere, right? To basically keep the drivers as independent contractors, right? So they could pay them less, abuse them, all that stuff, right? So obviously, I'm sure Revel is not at the volume of Uber, doing business all over the globe, right? So Revel has only like 450 cars, which is not enough. It's less. There's demand, but there's less supply. You get my point? But it's crazy how Revel, they started rideshare and they dominated a little bit. Although they're not doing advertising themselves. They were doing advertising on Facebook, and because of they're offering discount for to riders and things like that. But obviously they have enough riders in the city. It's just they need more cars. They need probably drivers to be out driving. You get my point? Because I know they do have cars at this point, because since they switched into independent contractor status model, right, they're not really hiring people. They're gonna wait until after September, and they're gonna start hiring independent contractors. So I'm sure people that don't have cars, in the city, because it's hard to come by, because I have my own vehicle license plate with the city, because how in the city here we have different way of doing business than any other part of the country, right? Because here it's regulated. So I have my own plate. I'm grandfathered into the system before, because now you cannot get one of these plates for the vehicles to do rideshare in New York, So if someone does not have the plate, does not have the car, this is a good way of getting on the platform, There's a $10 an hour rental involved with the thing. So, yeah, I'm going to continue with them to see where it goes. I'm just thinking maybe because the fact that they have so much cost and stuff like that, they wanted to eliminate the employment status, right? But I'm sure it seems like it's their last ditched effort, for them to see whether the independent contractor status is going to work for them. Unless, because I know where Revel plan is, because they want to go, they want to go electric infrastructure, because they want to build all these, superchargers. Because the only place that have superchargers here in New York, and the 5 boroughs of New York, combined, it's a Revel. They have these superchargers, and they're open for public, and maybe that's when they veering towards. You know what I'm saying? They want to go all the way electric infrastructure. So I'm not sure if they're going to continue with the rideshare. I mean, I cannot tell, but that's my feeling. Yeah, Shane, they're only in New York so far. Yeah, they only operate within the 5 boroughs of New York. Staten Island, Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, and Manhattan. And they do cover a little bit of the northern part of New Jersey. You know, right on the other side of the Hudson River. I'm picking up passenger. Hi. Hi, how are you? Your name?
Jade.
No problem.
me the link so I can order your stuff. Send me the link so I can order your stuff. Delilah, stop. And it's gonna be so cute because all you have to do is get your bar stools. Okay. Yeah, find it.
past the light, right?
Yeah, all the way up.
Yeah. Oh, you are. Ray, what's going on, Ray? Dave, how you been? Yeah, Shane, do you do gig work? Do you do any ride share or gig work? I really want to do something with my channel, man. Do something really fun or something people want to watch. Yeah, something educational, of fun to watch, or something that people could relate to. You know, talking about rideshare, delivery food. Anybody could do that, you know. We're human beings. We do learn quick, you know, fast. There's no way to teach someone how to deliver a package or go pick someone up from their homes or whatever and drop them off. I mean, very simple. Wow, too many bikes parked here. Oh, Shane, you do, right? Around Colorado Springs. I mean, yeah, I mean, look, it's a way of paying your bills, you know, obviously. You know, it's sad what COVID did, you know, with people now, they have to, you know, resort to food delivery apps and rideshare, whatever. But honestly, I mean, this is not my first rodeo about, you know, driving people around. You know, I drove, you know, yellow cabs. I was barely 20 years old. You know, back in the days, man, there were no cell phones, no Google, no internet. Internet's still its infancy back then, you know. And, you know, obviously we're evolving. You know, we're all evolving, obviously, but it seems like we still live in like sort of an uncivilized society, I swear. This is all look old to me, man. We're still living like in primitive, you know, time. Yeah, but the problem is, that everything was going smooth. Drivers were paying, getting paid enough. Delivery couriers, they were getting paid. Now, they bring in, they hire in people that work for nothing, and basically they're messing it up for veteran, gig workers, that started doing this in the beginning, obviously, but this company, they could care less about us, the drivers, the food delivery guys. All they want to do is pocket money. Oh, look at this Camry, man. Beautiful color right there. But I know this one is 20. I hate the new one, the 2025. They already start stealing some of the people. I know for a fact that the Camry, the 225, are being stolen. They're being, I've seen one of them just the other day. It was brand new. They took off the wheel from one of the 2025 Camry, brand new one. But this one in front of me, it's actually either 2023 or 2024. But the 2025, I really don't like it, because this year Camry went all hybrid. I still want to drive. Hybrid, hybrid. You got gas and battery, right? But I like internal combustion, if I'm really kind of shopping for the moment to get like another Camry, but it's got to be either 2017 or maybe the 22. These are the good ones, because the other one, they had some recalls, and the 2024, 2023 also, they have really good, like the grill compared to the new one. It looks horrible from the front. Damn, I'm following this Camry, man. It's really beautiful color. This one, it's an SE hybrid, yeah. Yeah, Shane, you're right, man. That's what Uber was called. Like the domain was, it was taxi. Yeah, that was not Uber initially. That's what it was called. Look, yeah, all these rideshare apps, they're basically they're taxis. That's what they are. And Uber, if Uber and Lyft still do exist at one point, they're just gonna be like any other taxi companies, But Uber, they claim they're tech, but they're not. European Union they classified Uber and Lyft as public transportation. That's what they are. It's true. Uber, the domain, initially, when it started with Travis Kalanick and Garrett Kemp, actually, he's Canadian entrepreneur. He's the co-founder, but Travis Kalanick, obviously he was ousted at one point, kicked out. Right? I don't understand how you get kicked out of your own company. But and this is how it started. The Uber did not start here in America. The idea about Uber did not start here, but Travis Kalanick and his friend, his co-founder, Garrett Kemp. Actually, he's from Canada, right? Both of them, they were in France. They went to a conference or something like that back in 2006, I think, 7, yeah. 2006, I think. So they came back. They were there, right? They were in, I think they were in Paris. Either they went to a conference, it was after dinner, whatever. They came out, it was pouring rain in Paris, right? So they would start talking to each other. They couldn't find a ride, right? And obviously it's the same thing. That's what it was like back then when I drove cabs in the city. If it rains and there's bad weather, rush hours, it's impossible to find a cab. You see what I'm talking about? So what happened, they came out looking for a car, they couldn't find one. And next thing they did, they started talking to each other about developing an app, and let people, just request the cars, right? And that's how it started. They came to San Francisco, developed the app, I think, back then. And they started hiring these car service people, like car service bases. People they work for car base, right? For car service, right? They did start hiring those people. And initially, Uber was, the domain was taxi something. Taxi, I'm not sure what was the other part of the domain was. Until they start hiring people in San Francisco, and that's how it took off, basically, and domain changed to Uber. I mean, all they've done is they disrupt the yellow taxi business all over the world, basically. And what goes on comes around. You know how they're very adamant about keeping the drivers independent contractors? And eventually they would have no choice. But the problem is that I'm seeing right now. Travel Pass, how you doing? The problem that I'm seeing right now, because of these executives, they work at Uber, right? They're all connected to the administration, Kamala Harris, because this, I'm going to keep saying it, obviously, because the person that happens to be the chief legal officer at Uber, his name is Tony West. He's married to Kamala Harris' sister. It's true. And this guy is slick, this Tony West. Not only in the beginning, he started. In the beginning, back then, when his sister-in-law, Kamala Harris, was actually an assistant, she was working as a DA. She was working as an assistant district attorney in San Francisco, right? She was prosecuting all these people, whatever. And then eventually Tony West met Kamala Harris' sister, right? Her name is Maya. He got married to her sister. Tony West worked under Obama and Clinton administration in the Department of Justice, right? And eventually, when Uber, when this current CEO, the current CEO of Uber right now, he's from Iran. He was the former CEO of Expedia at one point, right? He was hired, to become CEO at Uber. So at one point, but 2 years into this guy, the current CEO at Uber, Dado, right? He hired Tony West to be the chief legal officer. And you can see, obviously, that's why I'm seeing a problem in the future with these apps, because that's where they're going to continue exploiting, the workforce. And they have connection with the White House, so everything is just gonna be worse from now on. I'm telling you. Actually, Tony West now, he's taking time off from Uber. unpaid leave to go actually campaign with his campaign for his he's campaigning for his sister-in-law Kamala Harris. You know, her last name, you know, it's weird that she's got that name because her husband, he's actually he's a Jew, right? That's why she has her last name Harris, right? Although she claimed that she's black, but she's not black. She's Indian, from India. She's not second, third, fourth generation. It's first generation. Punjab. I don't know if you're Punjab.
Thank you.
How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm good. Your name?
Rachel.
Rachel Ray. All right.
Let's do it.
I got it. Is your door closed? I think it's still open. No, it's closed.
Okay.
No, it is closed, yeah. Because now we're gonna have to start this car.
Oh no.
No, it's true because once you open up the door, the car stalls.
Oh, I
it's
see.
It's true,
yeah,
honestly.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, these
That's
cars.
Right, that's right. So I advised all my clients to wait, period. It was a good decision because now all those people who paid $580 may never get their cases reviewed, period. I heard through other colleagues that, quote, a few people, quote, got approved in the first few days, comma, but now everything is stalled and waiting on Texas. So no, I haven't heard anything back from the asylum office. We've been doing service requests on the work permits. I'll see if I can do another one. Does your job need a letter from me or anything like that? Okay. Yeah. You know, Delta is so bad with this stuff. So the only way that a divorce could affect anyone is, first, it will only affect Sam. And if you guys get divorced before asylum is approved, she does not get asylum. So it's a really bad impact on her. But you don't, it doesn't affect you or the kids. I'll tell her. And you know, look, there is a solution. If you guys get divorced and she gets, I don't want to say thrown out of the case, but she's no longer included in the case because of that, she can always file on her own, based on her own reasons, you know? No, you're okay. Even her arrests and stuff cannot hurt you. That's not you. You can't be penalized for the bad decisions of your spouse. So what that would look like is if they really thought that was something bad, you could still get it proved. She just wouldn't. Yeah, so you're fine. You're protected. I've made sure that that you and the children are totally 100% protected. I also saw your son Cavell yesterday. He's so cute. He's so handsome. What a nice guy he is. He's a good kid. I know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a service request on you and Shamani's work permits. I'm going to see if I can send a letter to the asylum office again about what's going on with this. And then I'll talk to Sam and I'll explain, you know, look, you do you. If you feel this is the next right step for you, you go ahead. But if you, and I'll explain to her what that means, whether she proceeds with the divorce or doesn't, what the consequences are. I'll talk to her. All right, my dear, hang in. God is good. We got this. Just hang in there. I'm still fighting. I know. I'm still fighting for you, so we're all in this together still. All right, Amira, and say hi to the kids for me. Okay, thanks, bye. Hi Sam, this is Rachel. I got your text. Okay, yes, we can talk perhaps after 6 p.m. today. I'm going to be volunteering all day today, so I can't really speak on the phone. Or you can send me a picture of what you received with your question, and I can definitely write you back over message. But I'm happy to answer your questions. Just let me know what's on your mind. Thank you.
You at the Worldwide?
Sorry?
You at the Worldwide?
So there's like a Starbucks right
there. Oh, next to it.
That's where I'm going.
No problem.
So I can get my espresso and then go to work.
That's nice.
Thank you. You know, some days I just need a ride. I need a Starbucks.
Yeah. Your fix. You need your fix.
I need my fix to get the day off on a good note. I know it's going to be a long day, hot day.
I see what you mean.
So, thank you, though.
No problem.
Yeah, there's a Starbucks right over there. Do you want something?
Oh, that's nice of you.
I can bring it out for you.
That's nice of you. Very kind.
They have a bathroom, too.
I appreciate you.
And parking spots.
Yeah. I don't eat when I drive.
No?
No.
I know you Revel drivers, you can't even stop to use the bathroom.
I have my car also. I drive for Uber Lyft. I just drive for Revel a couple of days a week.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, this is a good little, they always have a spot right outside. They have a bathroom, so.
Oh yeah, like at the Starbucks.
Yeah.
I just keep rolling the whole day.
All right, you do you. Yep.
All right. Take care.
Thank you very much. You
You're
too.
welcome.
Drive safe.
Thanks again. Yeah, it comes down to where people are just doing their job, you know. I mean, there's nothing they could do about it. Everything comes from higher up, you know. You know, citizens are just doing what they can do to help and everything, but these unscrupulous politicians, right? They do things behind the scene. Hell's Kitchen! I don't want to live in Hell's Kitchen. I just say Hell's Kitchen, and this place is called Mom's Kitchen. Mom's Kitchen and Bar. Yes. You know what I like about this EVs? I mean, because I drove only Tesla. I never driven any other manufacturers, right? I like the regenerative braking. I like how fast these Teslas are, although all Tesla vehicles are limited to 70 miles. You know, with the fleet, because the fleet, they don't want people to go fast because a lot of drivers get into trouble with these cars. So all the cars are limited at 70 miles, right? And also what I like about these cars, they're very nimble, right? Whatever you steer the car goes. I'm telling you, I don't know, but with the regenerative braking also, it makes it a lot easier to drive in the city, man. No brakes. Just see now, I let off the accelerator, the car stops. And sometimes it stops, and sometimes the car, I think it sees like the crosswalk and it stops before the crosswalk. Because the FSD, because the full self-driving. Because some like these cars, they don't have full self-driving software. You have to buy it, right? I think that it's still on beta mode, but Tesla keeps updating they keep updating the. They just came out with another version just recently of the full self-driving. But man, you drive a full self-driving, you're suicidal, literally. I understand if all cars are all autonomous, yeah, it's fine. Oh, Shane, Epley, I really appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. I don't know how you stumbled on my live stream, but I really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate you for being here. Yeah, I mean, go do your things, my friend. Let us know. Come back, maybe. I'll be streaming. I stream sometime like 3-4 days a week. You know, so. But I really appreciate you. Shane, have you ever been to Thunder Valley? Have you ever attended like motocross? Before you leave, I just want to ask you. Have you attended any motocross race before at Thunder Valley? Yeah, Shane, you have a wonderful day, man. Be safe out there. See, I have my own escape right here. But the cops sometimes, they be sitting here. If you use this lane, they pull you over. I don't see them. Yeah. You see this Rebel Tesla? It's the same one I'm driving. It's Model 3. I really like Model 3, man. Like every time I start my shift, I'll be hoping they assign me 3 instead of the Y. Oh, Shane, they're pretty cool, man. Yeah. It's cool that you're a fan of the sport, you know? You know, motocross, it's not easy, man. It's not easy, especially if you're a privateer. You know, you're paying for your parts, you're paying for everything, travel, go to track, pay the entry fees and all that stuff, you know? It's a very expensive sport, man. It's very demanding, but once you get injured sometimes, man, you're on the sideline. You know, I mean, you're pretty much... you know, you have to kind of sort of just nurse your injury until you know, sometime, you know, you come back, because it's amazing, man. Like I get hurt and I go back, want to ride again. You know, I broke my wrist, and that was the worst injury that I've had so far. And one time, man, I couldn't even wipe my behind because I broke both my wrists, right? But the left one was fine, you know. I didn't have to do anything to it. I just let it heal, right? Although the orthopedic surgeon, right? Because at one point when I broke my wrist, it looked like it's fractured, right? But it is, you know. I could have gotten away with the cast, you know, let it heal, but it's gonna heal crooked, and more likely I won't be able to have like full motion, right? So my orthopedic surgeon, he tells me, look, the best way to go about this, let's do yeah, he had to do bone graft, you know, for my hip, to replace part of my the shattered bone. It's actually called the radius, right? So yeah, he did that, and then he put in like 2 screws and a plate, and I still never took the plates out, you know, because I have that option to remove them. So yeah, and plus what he did, as far as he plated it, put a couple of screws there, and then he put like external fixators. Like external fixators, it's like almost like 2 like titanium, like sort of a metal tube, you know, from the outside, you know what I'm talking about, to keep my wrist straight, you know, until it heals. It was actually from the outside. They call them external fixators. also, I kind of dislocated my rotator cuff at one point, and I disregarded it for a while. You know what I'm talking about? Like sometimes I ride, it pops out, I put it back in. You know what I'm saying? I be riding, it pops out again, I put it back in. But then at one point, I just had to go fix it also. Oh, you do some videos? Yeah, Shane, I'm gonna check your channel. I would definitely check your channel, man, when you get a chance. Oh, you mean Travel Pass? What do you mean by changing the car? Oh, you mean like if I go and they say, okay, I don't want to drive this car, I'm gonna drive a different car? Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. You know, as a matter of fact, you asked, you know, I have a list of some of the cars that I don't want to drive. Either they have defect, or some of them they were some of the accidents, and some of the cars. You see, if you have a Tesla, you can lock it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody could drive it. Like if you have kids, adults, you know, some of the adults that live in your household, and you don't want them to drive the vehicle, you can lock the car with a pass key, like passcode. You know what I'm talking about? And nobody would have access to the car. You can't even start it. You see what I'm talking about? So when the rebels start getting those cars initially, they were unrestricted. They were wide open because the rebels started to learn along the way. So they end up taking everything out of the car. You can't even play this premium music anymore. And through the Tesla, nor you only could play radio, right? And some of the things are it's restricted through the system, through the app, it's, you know, through the interface, right? So when they started buying those cars initially, they were unrestricted. So some of the guys, they started, you know, creating profile. See, because if you have your car, you can actually set up everything to your likings, like the position of the steering wheel, the position of the seat, the position of the rear view mirrors. You could set everything up and lock it, right, to a profile. And some people, they used to come and create profile with their settings, right? And at one point, because there's too many cars, they can't go to every car and delete the profiles. So at one point they found out, and they start, you know, at one point when people got into trouble with these cars, they restrict them to 70 miles an hour. They remove some of the stuff from their key passwords. You cannot actually unlock the speed, whatever. But then when they lock those cars, they lock them with other people's profile. You see what I'm talking about? So I have I have a notepad in my phone where I have all these license plates for all the cars that I'm not willing to drive. You know, if they dispatch me the car, I just go through all of the lists that I have in my notepad and see exactly what car it is, because they're all plated. You see this car in front of me is TLC plate, same thing. We all have those TLC plate. So I take the 4 last digit and the C. You see what I'm saying? And I usually note them down. Like in case if they dispatch me that car, I just go, I don't want that car. And they could switch me to a different car. And they already know me there because they know some of the cars are messed up. I mean, obviously, look, they're all drivable. They're all drivable. But they have some defect that most of the drivers would not notice unless if they're drivers. You know, some people that do drive cars. You know what I'm talking about? But and the profile that happens to be on most of these cars, it's annoying. Like for instance, if I come in right now, let's see if this car it's not locked to a profile. So I came, right, I set everything up, my position of my seat, the steering wheel, all that, but I don't lock it to a profile. I just leave it, and then when I leave, it's okay. Anyone that comes in, they could actually reset it themselves. But if it's set to that and the car is locked to that profile, that means when you leave the car and then you come back in, the car reset itself to add to someone else's profile, which is really annoying. Then you have to start setting everything up again. I don't know if you get my point, but that's how most of the cars that I'm not willing to drive. you know, if they have these problems. Yeah, and literally like just through the app, you know, because they have the grant operation, you know, they clean up the car and everything. They have access to all cars. They could switch you right through their phone. And I usually send feedback, and I tell them, look, these are the cars that you guys need to go back and delete all these profiles, you know, because it's just annoying sometimes. That's why when the car is set to a profile, I don't leave the car. I just stay inside the car. Oh, no, look, if they give me a Model Y, I have to stick with it. As long as it's not one of the cars that I jacked down in my my notepad, you know, like in my notes, you know, because obviously I have all the last 3 digits of the plate for those cars that I'm not willing to drive, right? But if they give me a Model Y and it's not one of those listed in my note, then I'll drive the Ys. It's no problem, you know. I'm not picky. I could drive anything, you know. But I just don't want to deal with the car defects and the profile thing, you know, because it's annoying. Like I said, you know, I don't want to be setting my stuff up, you know, to some of the like-ins, you know, and then I have to leave, go get something from the store, whatever. Then I have to come back, and the car literally it reset itself to the previous profile. Then I have to set up everything again. I mean, it's just annoying, especially if you're gonna pick up someone up and you come out and you kind of sort of want to store some of their belongings or whatever inside the trunk. Then you have to come back, and people, they look at you and say, what are you doing? You know, no, I'm resetting everything up because the car is like to a profile. Even people, they get annoyed sometimes, you know, because when you leave, like I said, these cars, they stall. You open up the door, the car will shut off, you know what I'm saying? Then you have to restart the car. I mean, you open up the door sometime, you just have to actually put the car in drive again for the car to move, right? But if you leave and you walk away from the car will actually shut off, you know. It's like, it's not like an internal combustion vehicle. When you as long as you have that key in the ignition, the car will always be on. Here, you leave, you just go feet away, like a couple feet away from the car will shut off. And then you have to come back and then restart the car. And you know, the key fob of the Tesla is like sort of a credit card. You tap it onto the center console, and that's how you start the car, right? So, and some of the cars, they don't even have the keys. They don't have the key fobs. Some of the because obviously they don't want to leave them in the vehicle because they had a few incidents before where people took. Yeah, it's the truth. Honestly, some people actually wanted the guy from that part of Brooklyn, right? Because there's a project across the street from the Ravel. He came, took a car from there. It's just a talk, you know. It was just freaking took the car for a joyride. It's the truth, because the key fob was inside the car, so that's why they removed the key fobs and they integrated the start button actually within the driver app, with our driver app. You see what I'm talking about? So, like, I know that the app developers, they have a way of integrating that start button, which is really kind of sort of, I was wondering how they were able to do it, but it's possible. You know, the only way you can start the car from your phone if you have a Tesla app. You see what I'm talking about? Like, if you own your private Tesla, you can start your car, open everything from your phone, everything, right? But the app developers at Revel, they integrated the start button into the app. The front, which is they call it the front trunk. It's called the front, the trunk in the back, really the hatchback. They integrated all these, and the horn. They integrated it into the app itself. That means you don't need to have the key fob to actually be able to start the car, open the trunk and everything. Everything's integrated into the interface of the app itself. Man, look at how big this pickup truck is. Silverado. I love pickup trucks, man. I wish I could get me like TRD, like Toyota, Tacoma. Or big ass trucks, man. You see that guy is giving a group sightseeing right there. Group sightseeing of Soho. You know, during pandemic, it was weird, airy feeling, you know, like the weird things were like, everything was like sort of a ghost town. And they came here, most of these criminals, man, they ransacked all these designer clothing down here, you know? It was crazy. Just grab and go. I drove every single day during the COVID, man. You know, I'm not exaggerating, but obviously I took days off sometimes, or either, you know, whatever, but because nighttime was always like nobody on the street. I mean, same thing, like during the day at one point. It was insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Who sings Insane in the Brain? Insane in the membrane. Cypress Hill, right? Cypress? That's the band? Cypress Hill? Cypress Hill, the Ramones. These are all from New York. Man, this windshield, I'm trying to, you know, clean it up, but it's dirty, man. Smudge everywhere. It's like never anybody has ever touched this windshield from inside. Oh yeah. Next year, I'm definitely gonna go to Loretta Lynn's. Go all the way to Tennessee. I have people that I know in Knoxville also. I'm kind of obsessed with Chattanooga. I maybe go to Chattanooga, see what it's like. Chattanooga. Yes, ladies, they're strolling through Soho. Oh, I missed Shane that comment he was saying about, oh, he works at some of the racetracks, he says. As the anthem? Like singing national anthem? Oh, say, can't you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we held at the twilight lights and the rockets was clear, the bumpers gave proof through the night. The flock was still there. Yeah, man, you know, I always got to stand, man, for national anthem, bro. Yes, little prayer. Stand for your national anthem. Yeah, man, you gotta know your national anthem as a citizen of the country. You know what I'm saying? By heart. Uh-oh, flea market. All I want to buy from the flea market, they bring some sourdough bread. Tastes nice from upstate. Although it's all lie about this organic food, none of it is organic. They probably fresh picked. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know about organic. Let's go to Alphabet City, Alphabet. Hollywood City. This is where Jimi Hendrix lived here. Lady Gaga all those from New York. Madonna also lived here. She's not from New York, Madonna, she's from Detroit. Jimi Hendrix is from Seattle, right? Lady Gaga, she was born and raised in New York. This is where all it was happening, man, back in the 70s, 80s. It was a different world back then, man. Lenny Kravitz also lived here. Lenny Kravitz, man, that guy, he does not age. He's never aged, man. He doesn't even live in the States. He lives in the Bahamas. FedEx. Freaking old buildings, man. This is all old. These raggedy buildings, man. These are pre-war buildings, man. They've been here for 150 years. I live in a pre-war building. Thompson Park. This place was a disaster back in like 80s, 90s. Most of the hippies, they used to live here in this park. They threw them out. They threw everybody out. And now this park is closed at night. You can't even walk through this park at night. You see that clunking noise? I think you can hear it from your end, guys. I think somebody dropped something inside the vent. I know that. I can hear it through the vent. Well, maybe there's something else, you know, but I'm sure that the way that Tesla made, you know, these vents right here, right? It's wide open. They should have something like that. It's covered right there, like sort of a mesh or something, like where if you put something, it won't go all the way down into the vent. Because it's wide open vent. You see how the cars, they have little vents everywhere? But this one, it's just one vent. It goes for like the whole width of the car. And this thing is annoying. I mean, obviously, but... Oh, Bill H. No, not yet, my friend. I've actually haven't gotten any requests so far. Bill H. I really appreciate you, my friend, for stopping by here. It's nice of you. How you doing, Bill H? How's your day going, my friend? Bill Clinton. Yeah, Bill Clinton lives in New York. and he works in Harlem. It's true. He lives in Westchester County, and he has this office in one of the state building, I think in Harlem. It's straight up right at the corner of Lenox and 125th Street, a couple blocks from the Apollo Theater. Oh, thank you, Bill. Appreciate you, my friend. Oh, Josie, hi, this is Josie from Finland. Nice. Oh, Josie, I appreciate you. Yeah, I do stream for people to see what it's like in New York. I mean, your country is beautiful also, you know. Western countries are really, you guys have long history. You know, although here everything is kind of new, right? Yeah, Juicy, I appreciate you for being here. I think this is the best way to be able to see most of like New York, you know, because I know some people, they do it's walk-in channels. They tend to go around like the streets and Times Square and all that, but you pretty much limited to certain places, right? But you know, doing a ride along like this, you know, you could be able to see everything, right? The only thing is it's never really steady you know, stream, you know, with the phones, because while you're driving, you know, you go to certain places where there's less cell towers, and then sometimes, you know, the stream lags or it cuts off, you know, sometimes. But I think it's just the way it is, you know, with driving and streaming. You get my point? So versus like if you're walking, you're not, you know, moving that fast. You're just walking along, you know, the avenues, whatever, you get to, you know, where you get to stream. But you know, sometimes you know, driving and streaming at the same time, it's never really, it's always like this, it's never flawless, right? Yeah, you know, I missed the trip right now. Although I clicked on it to accept it, but just timed out. I don't know why, but see, there's a cop right here setting a trap right there at the corner. I'm gonna report him through the Waze. And I say he's hiding too, right? Somebody already reported him. I don't want to report him again. I mean, he's sitting there for some reason, and I'm sure either he's waiting for somebody to turn onto First Avenue, because there's two green arrows to turn left and right, and sometimes people, they tend to turn before that red arrow turns into green, right? And if someone turns before that, this guy's gonna chase him right there quick. It's the end of the month. They have to rate tickets now. See that guy with the car? Like, he came forward. He should have never moved. You know, he should have stayed right there at that traffic light before making a turn. But he had to wait. You know, like traffic on the other side, like the other two lanes, like the way I'm going. See that guy's turning right there? He should have waited. But obviously there's no error on this street, on this turn, right? It's just a steady one light. But there's an error to go left and vice versa, because this is major thoroughfare. And I'm sure, you know, they want you to stop there before, until that arrow turns green, you know? Trevor Pass. No. Like I said, I mean, I already mentioned this. They're not giving out plate for EVs. They were giving out plates because what they did is they came out of nowhere. The city, the mayor's office, and the New York City Taxi Limousine Commission a couple months ago, they just never really consult with the, they never had like the get-go with the city council. They never talked about it. It was never really kind of sort of they never actually came out with some sort of an announcement, you know, to start giving out the plate. And all of a sudden they came out straight up, start telling drivers, yeah, we giving plates for EVs. And that's like shady, you know what I'm talking about? It's a work of both, you know, like Uber, Lyft, the mayor's office, and New York City Taxi Limousine Commission. Yeah, they came out and say, oh, it's Green Bright Initiative, you know, we wanted to turn all these cars into EVs. Let's start giving out plates, you know, without even voting on it, without even passing this, you know, whatever this regulation. So they start giving out plates, and these guys, they rushed buying these cars. You know what I'm talking about? They're buying these EVs. And obviously they give out almost like, I was baffled myself, you know, like honestly, it's mind-blowing that I thought they only gave out 2,000 plates, but they gave out 10,000 plates. You know, they were already 86,000 cars, and they added another 10,000. It's oversaturation. And now the problem is, you know, the only way you could get a plate right now for these cars in New York, if you buy a wheelchair accessible vehicle for disabled people, that's the only way you could get a plate. You know, if you're willing to buy a car with accessible ramp for disabled people, yes, it's called accessible, you know, accessible vehicle, right? My car that I have on Uber Lyft, it's inaccessible. You see what I'm talking about? So if you're willing to buy a car with accessible wheelchair ramp, then they will actually give you a plate, no problem. You know why? Because they need those accessible vehicles in the city. You know, because you know, Uber and Lyft, they're being sued by the American Disability Act, you know, because they're not providing, you know, service to disabled people, especially the blind people. You know what I'm talking about? People with disabilities. So they like to encourage people to have these cars. And by 2030, including me, because I'm driving an ICE vehicle, right? So they want us to all switch into electric by 2030. You know, that means, I'm sure that means by 2030, if I don't get a plate, they're more likely to avoid my plate. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not willing to buy an electric vehicle. I mean, yeah, 2030, it's right around the corner, my friend, you know, before you know it. You know, life really, time goes really fast. You know what I'm saying? Not that long ago, I was 25 years old. Now I'm an old dog. I'm an old dog, man. You cannot teach me a trick. Yeah, the only way you can get a plate, if you're desperate, you want a plate, get a wheelchair accessible vehicle. and it's simple, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't get too many of those rides, and even if you do, you know, you're gonna get paid extra, you know, to go pick up someone with a wheelchair. And it's an easy process. The only thing is you know, buying this wheelchair accessible vehicle can be also expensive. Just to set up, to have that ramp installed, although you could buy one with one already installed, right? But if you're gonna buy a car, install the wheelchair accessible ramp with the whole setup and everything, you're looking at about 80 grand. Joe, what's up, Joe? How you been? How things in Florida, man? No, man, they're not going to give you no incentives. There's no incentives for buying an electric vehicle. Either you buy it or they put your license on hold. And I know how it's going to work. They're going to say, look, man, you buy the vehicle, you don't buy it because you know our cars in the city, they go through a TLC inspection. It's a very rigorous phase of that part of the test, you know, like the part of the inspection, because you know how we all private vehicles, we go through the DMV inspection, right? Where you could take your car to any mechanic, they look at the car. You know, some of them, they look at visually, they look at the car visually, and they just gave you that sticker, right, for a whole year, right? We have two inspections here. One, it's a DMV, although now TLC, they force us to get that inspection quarterly. Like I mean, not quarterly, but yeah, it is quarterly. Like every 4 months, you have to take your car to DMV inspection to get that sticker. Although DMV sticker, it's actually, it lasts the full year. But no, they want you to do DMV inspection 3 times a year. And also, there's another TLC inspection, which happen every 18 months, where you have to take your car through the TLC inspection at their facility, which they go through the car tooth and nail. They want to make sure the car is all intact. If there is a dent in the car, something wrong with the car, because they shake the car through the inspection to make sure that the car is tight, nothing is loose. Any little thing in the car, they will fail you. You see what I'm saying? That's like crazy. And then if they fail you, then you have to go correct the problem, bring the car back, you know, for them to look at it. If it failed the second time, they might give you the third time to come through inspection, because every time you fail, you got to pay them $200, right? And you bring the car back, and if it failed third time, they automatically put that car to the side. They don't want you to use it. They tell you go buy another car, and they will give you sort of an extension where they give you time, you know, to be able to go get another car in order for you to come and renew your license. You know, get another car, go through the inspection, pass the the inspection, right? And then you'll be able to actually continue with your for hire vehicle permit. You see what I'm talking about? So you need to be very careful. You know, sometimes you run into make sure that you're on top of your car throughout the whole that 18 months, you know, to make sure that the car is very intact. So by 2030, this is what they're gonna do. They're gonna wait for you until you come to the inspection, right? They're gonna say, look, okay, if it's before 2030, they're gonna say, look, this is your last inspection for this internal combustion vehicle. That means the next inspection, I'm just hypothetically telling you exactly how it's gonna unfold, you know, with the TLC. Because TLC, they're very corrupt, man, very corrupt. So they're gonna 2030, if it's your last inspection in 2030, they're gonna say, look, okay, look, you're gonna come, you're going to have to I'm backing up and I don't want to kill this girl behind me. You know, people, they see you backing up and they go walk behind the car. So in 2030, I'm giving you just an example. Like I'm gonna take my car, which would be the last inspection in 2030 for me, right? I'm gonna drive the car. They say, look, this is your last inspection, right? Make sure your next inspection, don't break this car. Don't break an ICE car, break an electric car. And if you cannot afford to buy an electric car, they're gonna tell you, look, okay, we're gonna give you like an extension. You know, maybe they'll probably give you 6, maybe a year by the time you get another car. And if you don't, they will void you for hire vehicle permit. That means you cannot get it back. You see what I'm talking about? And it's crazy because I'm grandfathering into the plate. I had my plate for 12 years so far, and they don't give this plate. So they might, you know, like put, because obviously they've been giving out so many plates now, and they got into trouble because obviously they got sued. You know, TLC got sued, right? Got sued with the same, with the union that sued Uber. They call them New York Taxi Workers Alliance. You know, they actually just won that settlement for the driver for $328 million. So I don't know what I was going with this, but obviously they would tell you, okay, if you don't buy the electric vehicle, we're gonna put your license on hold until you buy one. They're gonna give you a deadline. If you don't come up with the electric vehicle, then you lose your license. That's it. I'm just saying, I mean, this is how it works with these guys. I just turned the AC a little higher, you know, just to cool off the phone because I could think the phone is getting hot. You can always lower the volume on the end, guys, if it's too loud. Oh, Joe, I'm doing good, my friend. Thank God I'm alive today. Oh, Traffic Pass, you said about me retire? Yeah, by 2030 I should be. I'm a baby boomer right now. I might not look one, but yeah, if we can just go upstate, live in Woodstock. You know, there's some beautiful alleys right here, right? Like they have those French, you know. This guy, they're gonna pick up this person before she's here. Oh, no, yeah, it's true, man. Yeah, what's up? All right, bring your stuff. Yeah, bring your stuff. You requested the wrong pickup. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, man, stay in Florida in hot weather, bro. I don't really mind, you know, but the cold, man, drags on forever. I just hate me being someone that like to be outdoors and things like that, honestly, I don't mind the heat. How you doing? Everything good?
All right, thank you.
Let's go. No problem.
以後你係坐喺司機嗰邊，因為我呢邊咧覺得係出得好後，我呢邊都冇乜人，我就好灰，要睇你。追媽咪啦，追嚟啦，可以 train both 嘅，train both 咯。因為我唔想，我上到去，點解你話嗰啲嘢有冇擺，有啲嘢冇攞翻落嚟？你搬緊啲嘢，有一個包隨便，just in case。 Just to let you know.
I know we're going, right? To the campus.
Yes, the dorm.
Dorm, yeah.
Building is
Dorm. I know where the dorm is.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, we come a few times. Another guys keep dropping off on the right hand side. Yeah, he's in the so good.
think Joe is from Orlando, I think. Miami, Orlando, Tampa. What happened here? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? You know the best car to buy now as an electric vehicle is Lucid. Lucid's got like 500 miles of range, which is really not bad. I'm telling you, 500 miles, you could work. You could work 10, 12 hours, no problem. You know what I'm talking about? You know, it's amazing, like, because Ravel, this company, they have their own chargers, and they're all fast superchargers, right? Sometimes when I finish my shift, when I plug the car, because I do it for them, when I get there, I just plug it in. For some reason, those chargers, they recognize these vehicles, and they start charging automatically. But if you outsider, right, and you just come to charge your own vehicle, you have to pay in order for the charger to initiate, right, and start charging the vehicle. And I've seen it, man. The car gets, like, sometimes I return the car at 80-10%. As soon as I plug it in 20 minutes, maybe like in 40 minutes, it'll charge like flat 40 minutes and fully charge the vehicle. I mean, sometimes I just sit there for a few minutes and I could see it's going 50%, 60%. It's just like going faster. But if you have like a slow charge, like a level 2, some home chargers, you're just gonna waste your time plugging in the car. Unless if you're gonna use the car for personal use and you come at home, you have that set up, you charge your vehicle overnight, right? But I definitely don't recommend these cars for rideshare, you know? It's not practical. Obviously, it's just waste of time. Sometimes you run out of electricity, and it always, you have that thing in your mind. It's just sort of an anxiety that your car's gonna, you know, is going to quit. Sarah Bat's is a restaurant right there. It's really nice. They have really good food. Oh, I mean, it's too hot? Pass, you fix your air conditioner? I know you said you were messing around with it. That's why I suggest more likely to go buy a new one. Honestly, I have an air conditioner. It's got like 5,000 BTU, and it's enough to actually make my place freezing cold because I live in a tiny place, right? And I had my air conditioner for almost like 8 years, maybe 9 years so far. No hiccups at all. Every time I turn it on, man, that thing is blasting, cold, freezing. I mean, there's no problem. Honestly, I've never had any problem with the AC, but obviously I turn it on when I'm inside sometimes. I don't leave it on. When I leave, I turn it off. Yeah, man, I hate this freaking. Now you gotta turn around. Wait. It doesn't want to wait this time. Alright. Just stupid like this pickup, man. You have to make some sacrifices. Go. You have to make some sacrifices to go pick up people, man. What I mean? You know what that mean, boy? Oh, they canceled. Look at that. You know, because I don't hear the notification unless if, you know, I have a little trick because the glitch, and I've been sending feedback about this glitch, and like they just don't want to listen, right? And I don't care. You know, if I can't listen to that sound notification for trip request, it's on you. I actually missed so far 3 trips so far. Yeah, I don't want this to happen when I'm in the vendor contractor, you know? Because I want to take every freaking trip. I want to take all the trips. I see McLaren right there, man. I think that's not, it's a wrap. Actually, it's wrapped in like fluorescent green. Literally. I told you Joy's in Orlando. I said Orlando, right? Oh, the coil? The coils are brass, right? I'm not sure where they're leaking from, but it could be like an O-ring You know how those rubber O-ring maybe, or if it's actually leaking from the coil, you can always weld it. You know, like take a solder and weld that thing. You know what I'm talking about? I'm not sure what part it's leaking from. Man, one of my ex-girlfriends, she used to work at one of the hotels here. You know, honestly, I admit I was a jerk, man. And it's always she's always stuck in my, she's always in my brain. You know, sometimes, you know how it is, but yeah, she was Polish, man. Freaking nice. I'm not gonna lie, I admit I was an a-hole. You don't know what you're missing until you lose it, man. I'm telling you. Until things start to crap on you. Visa Application Center. What are you talking about? What visa? I'm sure this is not an embassy. It says VFS Global Visa Application Center. Man, this guy's got like tire pressure. It will blow your arm, man. If he actually spray you with that thing, this is a commercial pressure washer. Yo, touch it, touch it. Hey. That pressure washer will actually strip like paint off a car easily, man. It's like they call, you know, the soda blaster. Like when people they buy like a car, right? They want to restore the car, they blast the car, right? That's a business too, man. I mean, you could have portable blaster. Like you go to some places where mechanic they ask you to come, but those the guys that they soda blast and sand blast, you know, like the vehicles. Or people they want to do like resto mod to a car. You see what I'm saying? They soda blast the whole thing, or sandblast the whole thing, to see how bad it is. You get my point? To see how the structure of the car, if it's still intact, you know, if they could be able to actually salvage some of the body, right? Because it's amazing how some people they restore these classic cars. It takes a while, you know, to restore a car, man. Not a joke. Man, I drove again by my favorite restaurant, Sarabats. That's what it's called, Sarabats. Sarabat, and there's another one called Sarafina. These are two restaurants in New York. They're very good ones. They have good ratings. Serafina and Sarabet. And there's another one right there along Central Park. I forgot what it's called. Hold on. Forgot. Yeah, it's owned by this guy. His name is Placido Domingo. He's actually an opera singer. Yeah, man. But steak houses are ripoff, man. I think I picked up this dude yesterday, I think. See, I don't know the address, but I could tell you if it's the same guy, he's going to 605 3rd Avenue. I don't think so, no, that's not him. Because I you know, on this platform, I keep getting repeated passengers. I mean, yeah, Paz, even Catskills, or Poughkeepsie, or maybe like Rockland County, where Ray lives, I think. Ray, right? Ray lives in Orange County. Rockland County, I think. Yeah, Rockland County. You know, Rockland County, Orange County, they're not that far from each other. You know, I say Orange County, it sounds like somewhere in LA, right? All right, let's lower this AC because it seems like the phone is happy right now. The biggest enemy of the phones and devices are the heat. Because they have no ventilation, you know what I'm saying? It's not like your desktop or laptop, you know, they have these little fans, you know, they could blow the heat out. You see what I'm talking about? But obviously, oh shit, you know what I did? I think this cop is sitting there, bro. Because I did not yield for these pedestrians, and they have zero sympathy for people that actually don't stop for pedestrians. I don't see the cops here because I can see them sometimes. They sit here for some reason. I'm not sure what it is. But I see the cruiser down here on the left, and as soon as you turn in, I can see someone right in front of this truck. Oh, nobody's there. You gotta be smart with the cops, man. That's the only way you probably get away with not getting it. Tickets. Man, you see, these people have a lot of luggage and they don't fit in this car. Let them figure it out. Honestly, I don't. You know, I really, like, I don't care. I could come out and help people, but if people are healthy enough to take care of their luggage, why would I come out and help them out, right? Hi, how are you? You guys good?
Yeah.
You gotta push the seat. Hold on. Push the seat back.
Oh, yeah. Is that good here?
Yeah, you got plenty of room back there. No. Use the knob on the side of the seat. Yeah.
That's better?
You good?
Good.
All right, no problem. What's your name again?
Chris.
All right, Chris. Okay, this is your stop here?
I think so. Okay.
No problem. Take care.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yes, sir. Yes. I had to read this email. We're on the west side so far in New York.
The good news is that you do not have to pay for your fare today. You're on a fare holiday, but again, you do have those 20-minute delays. We've got scattered delays on Long Island Railroad, 25 to 30 minutes on the Port Jeff branch, and that is for maintenance work out of Huntington. Now we're going to take it over to Brooklyn because we've got a real slow ride. First off, the Belt Parkway. You have construction both ways at Ocean Parkway slowing you down, and then you've got an accident on the outbound side of the Gowanus Expressway on the ramp to the Belt Parkway. All lanes are subject to closure closure on that ramp, and that is backing things up all the way to the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel heading into Brooklyn. So here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. So you have delays at the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel. It's slow but moving at both the Manhattan Bridge and the Brooklyn Bridge, but the Williamsburg Bridge heading back to Brooklyn, there's construction of both the inner and outer roadway, so that is a real slow ride. You also have a slow ride heading into Queens at the Throgsneck Bridge, so definitely go with the Whitestone Bridge, and sluggish at the RFK Triborough Bridge heading into Queens and Manhattan. So you can go with the 59th Street Bridge or the Queens Midtown Tunnel. 30 minutes inbound at the George, outbound also 30 minutes, about 20 at the inbound Lincoln and Holland tunnels. I'm Sue Aller, next report 11:51, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Wins news time 11:43. There are a row of homes in Brooklyn that went up in flames late last night. This morning, more than 30 people left without a place to call home. 9 were injured. Our Glenn Schuck with more from the scene.
Looking at some FDNY photos and video posted when they arrived at this scene, it's really stunning and frightening. Flames pouring out of these buildings on Dean Street. The initial fire location, the 3-story row house at 2411 Dean. Here's FDNY Chief Kevin Woods.
Arrival, we encountered heavy fire on all 3 floors of this building with rapid extension to 4 adjoining structures. 3 structures to the left and 1 structure to the right.
And the residents racing out at 10:30 in the night. And we're being told from the Red Cross that as many as 3 dozen people have been displaced. And it appears 4 of the 5 houses impacted are complete losses. Glenn Schuck, 1010 Wins, 92.3 FM, Ocean Hill, Brooklyn.
A guy was mugged on his way home in the Bronx. Police say a group of 5 men attacked that victim in the Fordham section back on August 12th. Today, they released photos of the guys thereafter in hopes of getting the public's help. The victim is a 57-year-old. He was ambushed at West 190th Street and Jerome Avenue, kicked and punched repeatedly, eventually robbed of his phone and wallet. Anyone with information asked to call Crime Stoppers. A woman at Newark Airport, the victim of a random knife attack. Port Authority police say on Sunday at Terminal A, the suspect, Xiang Jin, lunged at Melissa Malden. The 36-year-old from North Carolina had to be rushed to the hospital. She was hit on the right side of her face. Jin is facing charges. Malden had to get 14 stitches in all. She was in the area for a friend's wedding. She was heading home when it happened. Jin, cops say he was in jail just 2 days before the attack. There is an effort to put the park back in Park Avenue. Today, Mayor Adams touting a redesign of more than 10 city blocks.
As 4 lanes of traffic whizzed by, the city's Department of Transportation Commissioner Idanis Rodriguez kicked off the search for a firm to redesign Park Avenue's medians.
We want to redefine the iconic Park Avenue as a greener, safer, and more welcoming corridor for all New Yorkers.
The work above ground would be done in stages as the MTA installs a new train shed underground. City Councilman Keith Powers said the pandemic unleashed a new demand for outdoor public space.
We are trying our best to make sure people are visiting Park Avenue. The people that are coming to work have a space to enjoy.
The redesign plan stretches 11 blocks from East 46th Street to East 57th. Marla Diamond, 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM.
Donald Trump on the campaign trail. He made a stop in Michigan last night where he showcased his latest endorsement.
Former President Trump announcing Tulsi Gabbard will moderate his town hall in Wisconsin Thursday. The former Democratic Congresswoman endorsing Trump yesterday. She's helping him prepare to debate Vice President Kamala Harris.
She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana.
Something Gabbard herself did during the 2020 campaign.
Harry Russum reporting. For her part, Kamala Harris got the support of more than 200 Republicans in an open letter. She got the backing of former staffers with former President George W. Bush, the late Senator John McCain, or who worked with Senator Mitt Romney. And all of that open letter had signatures of 238 Republicans. Wins News Time, 11:47. A hostage taken by Hamas back on October 7th, rescued by the Israeli military, alive.
The military says Cade Farhan Al-Qadi was freed in what's described as a complex operation in the southern Gaza Strip. The 52-year-old was among some 250 abducted. It's thought Hamas is still holding around 110 hostages, but around a third of whom are believed to be dead.
Tom Rivers reporting. So far, Israel has rescued a total of 8 hostages. Hamas says several captives have been killed by IDF airstrikes or in failed rescue attempts. There is still hope for a ceasefire deal. Those talks continue. U.S. mediators say they're in the final stages of those talks.
Final stages. This conflict's been going on for almost 50 years. 60 years, I think, right? Ceasefire is not going to solve this problem. What's going to solve this problem is two-state solution. Yes, two-state solution. Living side by side. Trust me, you see, I'm going to pick up this passenger, and they're not going to be there. I'm going to have to wait for them. Because some people are inconsiderate, man. They don't got no family values. Okay, we see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, sir? Yeah, this guy, I'm assuming he's at the storage place, right? That's what I think, because that's the only place that I see on this block, storage and DHL. But on this side, you never know. This guy will probably move in his storage someplace else, I would assume. Let's go, get a room. Get a room. Get a room, man. Stop being explicit, man. See, nobody here, right? I told you guys. Yeah, he's showing up. He's showing up. Eventually, he's showing up.
Hi, Luke.
Hey, I don't.
Good, thanks.
to the right?
Yeah.
I cannot stop you, my friend.
Okay.
I gotta go to the
Even
light.
for 1 second?
There's no 1 second. Why?
Okay.
I'm telling you because we're on the west side highway.
Yeah.
I mean, I could stop you.
Okay, alright, I'm getting out right now.
No
Thanks.
problem. It's just, you know, I thought
I
you
know,
go
there's
into that
really
complex.
nowhere to
No problem.
stop you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hello from Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo. Brazil, it's nice country, man. Amazon forest. Man, they're destroying that forest, man, I'm telling you. Not the people of Brazil. People come from other part of the world. They want to cut down trees. Man, save a tree, bro. Please. We need more trees. You cannot cut down trees. Amazon forests. Amazon forests. Yeah, man, you gotta know your order of operation. You know what I'm saying? You want it to solve an equation, you gotta know your order of operation, man. To get to that, to solve for X. You know PEMDAS, right? It's an order of operation, but not enough people, they follow that order of operation. But they still come up with some kind of close to what they want, right? But usually order of operation, you always come up with the right answer. Man, this guy literally wants me to stop right in the middle. I know he was, probably, I thought maybe he was coming right here. See, this is a pier, right? Where they have like a soccer field, there's trapeze, you know trapeze, right? People that flip all over. And you could catch a ferry from here too to Jersey. Sao Paulo, nice. You from Sao Paulo? Welcome, my friend. Welcome, R.R. and Nascimento Costa. R.R. and that's like, sound like a registered nurse. Registered nurse. RN is a registered nurse, right? And LN is it's a practice nurse, right? Not registered nurse. Ellen DeGeneres. I hate that lady. You go, man. You got the right of way. I'll give you the right of ways. Give you the right of ways. I'll give you the right of way. Uh-oh, my phone is acting. It says no connection. Man, we need some like super phone. It's like messing with people. Every year they come up with the same shit. Nothing is improving, man. They never improve any of these devices. They never improve devices, man. Yeah, they need to integrate like a little fans inside the phone so they could dissipate heat. You see what I'm talking about? I mean, you could do it simple, but it's not enough space, man, inside the phone to add all that stuff. Eventually, someday, but and honestly, I don't want to be even holding on like a bulky phone, like big phone in my hand. I can't even like, you know, like hold it. You see what I'm talking about? Get a real phone, man. Oh, so look at the Cybertruck. This one actually on company interior remodeling, interior demolition, interior. That's a big ass truck, man. It doesn't look appealing to me. I feel like I want to grab onto her. We in Bleecker. We actually Bleecker. My man from Brazil, from Sao Paulo. You know, Brazil is the 10th largest economy, man. Those people, Brazilian, they're resilient. Brazilian, they're resilient. They're resilient people. Right? I'm gonna take this little street. It's called Cornelia Street, and it runs only one block. Cornelia. People moving in, moving out. People, they keep moving out every time in New York. Hey, Brazil, I wish my friend know what you're saying, you know, because it's all in Portuguese, right? You know, Brazilians, they speak Portuguese. I didn't know that Cristiano Ronaldo he's from Portugal. I thought he was Brazilian. Because Portuguese, they, you know, like Brazilian, they speak Portuguese. It's true, right? And I think maybe Cristiano Ronaldo, maybe his wife, she's Hispanic, I think. She's from Spain, I think. Portugal and Spain, it's just right there next door. Right next door, man. That girl, she's nice. Welcome to Bourbon Street. You know, they're supposed to bring Mardi Gras here to New York. Throw the bees at people. Some people, they like beads. Right? They like beads. I don't know what they do with the beads. New Orleans, Louisiana, Baton Rouge. Everything is French there, man. Because the French and the Haitian, they helped Americans to conquer that part of the South. Yes, sir. Everything is fresh down there, man. Le bouillon, le couillon, crème la tapas. Those people, they eat everything that works on earth, man. Down south, they eat frogs, they eat alligators, they eat like this, they eat this rodent, right? It's called nutria. It's a big, like it's 10 times the freaking, like a rat. It looks like a rat, almost. But it lives in the water, you know what I'm talking about? So it's almost, they think it's a fish. What does they eat? They eat testicles. They eat like big ass testicles, man. I think they should chop some penises too. I've nothing against people, man. They could eat anything they want, you know. I'm not disrespecting people. I'm just like showing you, you know, like the South, very nice. Oh, okay. Ronaldo is from Portugal. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, what you said. Man, Ronaldo, man, he gained 50 million subscribers within 2 weeks. Unbelievable. That's how people they like that dude, right? I don't think he's a good player. I watch him, man. It's not that great. You know, he plays, he always falls, you know what I'm saying? Like he's being attacked, whatever. You know, Maradona, man, was a good player too. And I could see sometimes he plays, right? And he pretends that he's being hit, he falls, right? If you cannot accomplish his you know, his game, sometimes, you know, you gotta, I mean, look, the only legend, man, is Pelé. Pelé was a legend, bro. Yeah, Pelé died too. But Maradona died before Pelé. I think so, right? You know, Saudi Arabia, they're freaking throwing money at that dude to play for them. He's playing for Saudi Arabia. I guess so, right? Right? I know for a fact. Oh, Crescent Peak. I like that name, man. Weston Peak. One of my friends, his name is Weston Peak. But he lives upstate. Lives upstate, man. He's got like a big ass motocross track. I go to his place, man. He let me ride his track all day long. Crescent Peak, thank you, my friend, for stopping by. Are you from, you gotta be from the lower 48, my friend. Yeah. Costa Nascimento Pelé is from your country. Crescent Peak, my friend, his name is Weston Peak, W-E-S-T-O-N. You know, I met him at the track upstate at my district. He told me, man, look, if you could drive from New York, come ride the track. But he only wants me to be there on Wednesdays. You know what I'm talking about? These people, they don't want to drive cars. Let's go, my friend. I don't blame him. He's waiting for the arrow green, the green arrow. Wow, the green arrow. Bow and arrow. Look, those bow and arrows, man, are lethal weapons, man. You could hit someone, that thing goes right through his carcass, comes out of the other side. Goes to your torso, goes through your head. It's nice to hunt with bow and arrow, right? Because you get fresh killed, you know, without any, you know, bullet fragments or not whatsoever. Clean, very clean. Oh yeah, I like to watch this YouTuber. Her name is Hannah. You know, she lives down south, you know. Actually, her mom divorced her dad, And it's kind of weird, man, because she's living with her dad, right? And they go hunting, you know, catch like catfish, you know, things like that, you know. I just love her accent, man. I love her southern accent. Hey, y'all. Bye, y'all. I see y'all. I appreciate y'all. I was like, damn, man. But she lives with her father. It's kind of weird. She's pretty. I can tell you that. She's a keeper. She's a keeper, man. Tell you that. She's a keeper. I keep that girl forever. Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing good. What about you?
No problem, my friend. How you doing? Everything good?
Yeah, everything good. Everything good. Just
You live at Water Plaza?
Yeah.
Just for some reason, unless if they unless if they improved their cell towers there or something, maybe that's what it is.
I think down like when
by the
like
water,
where you guys drop us off or like, you know, get picked up, there's not much service. Like I do know that because once I'm in like in my apartment or something, I'm like, oh yeah, like I have good service.
in your place.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of the probably you have cable. Do you have like a cable or you have internet?
I have internet.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying. I mean, you agreed that.
Yeah, no. Downstairs, it's if you don't have Wi-Fi or nothing. I can imagine for you, you need cell service.
Right, right.
How was your day?
Man, it's okay. Just strolling through New York. You know, talking to people online sometimes.
Oh, yeah. That's fun. I used to do. I moved here for school, but I used to do before that. I used to live in California. I used to do Amazon deliveries.
Amazon Flex.
Yeah, Flex.
Yeah. So they give you like a bulk, right?
Yeah.
They give you like a
people like it's a trolley, right? It's not a car, no.
Yeah, it's a like they either you use that bike, yeah, with like sort of but then if you want you can use your own vehicle, but you cannot work in the city because there's nowhere for you to park. I mean, you can own your own vehicle, but here they do have those cargo bikes.
Yeah, but still, like, I can't do that because, like, when I used to do Flex, I used to, you know, obviously car. I lived in California.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah,
and
you go park anywhere basically, right?
Oh yeah, and I'll usually like the Amazon facility next to me opens at 3 a.m.
You go.
I'll do 4 a.m. shifts.
4 a.m. shifts.
And those get paid really good because it's their early morning.
Yeah.
So you get paid like more than like the standard.
Oh, right.
I think for.
So how long do you usually the route takes? How long it takes you to do the route?
It depends on the like how much they give you. So like if I booked because you book how many hours you want. If I booked like a 4 hours and a half.
Right.
It will take you for me because eventually you start getting good at it. You know, the spots and everything. 3 hours and a half.
Oh, that's not bad.
Usually I finish, for whatever shift, I'll finish 45 or an hour before.
Before, right. Yeah, knock the whole thing and leave. Because you get it,
the pay
regardless, you're still getting paid. Yeah.
Nothing changes.
Yeah. I see, you know, I see people that talk about deliveries, things like that, but it's not like you used to be, you know? Because I know I would want to do food deliveries and stuff like that. I have those apps. You know, honestly, I've never delivered one item.
I cannot imagine.
You know, I have Uber Eats, I have DoorDash, you know, don't think.
I can't do that. Like being in a car, it's just like look at you right now. You're like, imagine you're on the street right now carrying this heavy Amazon thing, and you're like, I gotta call someone. How are you gonna do that?
Right.
When you're in a car, you're chilling. It's air conditioned. If it's raining, you're inside the car.
I see a lot of people that do it in the other bars of New York, like Brooklyn, Queens. You know, I can see them. They go to loading dock, pick up this stuff, and they deliver like another part of the New York. You know, like Queens, Brooklyn. This place is a lot easier to maneuver. You know.
Oh yeah. It's good money, and it's good. Like it's just there's no. I did DoorDash before where I have to like I have to now, talk to people sometimes. All that I have to get out of my car to go pick up the food for that, you get the whole packages, everything in your car.
Yeah.
Right now, for 3 hours, I'm with my own thoughts or music or something.
Right, right. Yeah, the food, man. Call people, whatever. Some people, they even tell you will never receive the food.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they get you in some kind of situation where you have to
fix your rating, and now your rating is not good.
Right, right. But you know, you can see now they're exploiting some of the guys here, some of the delivery people. You see them all on bikes.
Yeah. I've seen them do it in the rain. To me, I'm like, how?
Trust me, man. The worst part of it is when the winter comes. You know, like when they're in the cold. I mean, you don't want to be outside delivering.
I don't get it. How they like?
I know, man.
I guess
like
maybe the pay is like good.
There's no pay. They get these guys. They're getting low bolt for these $2, $5. You got like 20 miles. And some of the guys, they take anything they throws at them, they take it.
That's, to me, that's like, I'm just like, hey, I can do it in the summer. I can do it when it's not bad. But like in the winter when it's freezing and there's rain or like snow or something, like, dude, I can't do this.
No, I don't blame you, honestly, my friend. You don't want to be in that element. You know, driving, delivering for $2, $3.
Especially $2, $3. You're like, in a car, 5 minutes is like nothing. In a bike, 5 minutes is not nothing. You just lost a lung and a half. Just
right. Where you go to NYU now?
Yeah, I just I go to NYU right now. I moved here like a month and a half ago. How long have you been in New York?
Yeah, I've been here my whole life, man.
You love it here?
Yeah, man, it's home. You know, honestly, yeah. Like I get homesick when I leave New York.
That's
so I'm always want to come back. You know,
yeah.
what part? Where you come from?
San Diego. It's so different than here. Like when I first came here, I was like, what the hell is going on in this city, man? Like, I'm over there, it's like everything's different. You're talking about food, culture,
right?
Like just people in general.
Especially if you're close to the southern border.
Oh yeah, yeah. Close to the southern border. I haven't had Mexican food here yet.
Yeah,
I don't want to judge, but I fail to see it.
But yeah, I don't think it will be as good as like if you get some in California. But they do, yeah. I mean, there's places you can get Mexican food. Yeah, I love Mexican food.
Oh man, I'm craving a burrito.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime.
Have a good one.
All right, take care. You too. Waterside Plaza. It would be nice to have an apartment here where you have the view of the Hudson, of the East River. You see East River right there? Man, I can't imagine what fish is actually probably some groupers, maybe some like bass, like big mouth bass. But you don't want to eat fish from this river, man. It's disgusting. I want bass fishing. I want a bass. Or smoked fish, like not smoked fish, smoked salmon, smoked salmon. You see, this is the Model S, but it's not a plaid. It's not a plaid. Oh, Dave, you saw that when I moved the gate the other day? I didn't think you saw that. I mean, I didn't know that you probably saw me when I did that. Yeah. Fucking went way through the gate, but the gate was closed from this side. You get my point? Yeah, Dave, I opened up the freaking gate the other day. I was surprised there were no, you see the cars right there on the right? There's a parking lot right there, right? That's a parking lot, right? And next to it is the heliport. Right there, right? It's the heliport. It's called Atlantic. Yeah, at that point, I just drove through there because I know for some reason the parking lot. I thought they removed the parking lot. I thought they closed the parking lot, but I can see it's open. But when I went through there, that was my only fear. If it's someone from those parking attendant was gonna actually tell me to go back. You see what I'm talking about? But I knew that I was. The only thing is that I was surprised that the gate was closed. But people were doing construction. But I can see now the gate was closed from where I entered last time. Yeah, I had a kid in the car. He says, "Go for it." Now I'm driving behind the Bellevue Hospital. You know, this is the hospital that they need to close. Honestly, because they're closing hospitals all over the city. It's really sad. You know what I'm talking about? And some of them are really nice hospitals, like Mount Sinai. And there's another hospital in Brooklyn also. I forgot what it's called. It's on, I forgot what it's called. You know, some of the hospitals, I mean, why would you close a hospital? You need to actually, save people's lives, right? But I would more likely to think, okay, you want to close Bellevue. You know, Bellevue is a psychiatric hospital. You know that, right? This is where, also they have the coroner's office right here on the right. They bring a lot of dead people here, man. Yeah, city examiner, right? That's what they call him? Wow, man, this Audi look nice. It's not an e-tron. I don't think it's an e-tron. I think it's an e-tron. It's not an e-tron, man. You see the exhaust? You see right there? Even the New York City Medical Examiner, they got Mustang right there, EMAC, right there. He's gonna turn right. He's got all the way around. Evidence unit. They all have it's the first time I seen them. They got an electric car because most of their cars are of what do you call the Highlanders. That's what I see. Most of them are Toyota Highlanders. Dave, I think it's still a psychiatric hospital. It's still. I can see like crazy people there sometime at the entrance. I swear to God. Accessoride, you see Accessoride van right there on the left? You see this chime in? Because lane avoidance, it's on. Yeah, Dave, you know, you're from New York, you know, you're like Ray, you know what's going on, but I know, man, I can still see some psychopaths there. Lady, she's hailing the cab. That's the way I like it. That's the way it has to be. That's the way I like it. Oh, that girl, she knows how to lick that ice cream, man. She got like a cone. Lickety split. Lickety split. Just basically going after that cone, man. Mr. Softy Cone. Mr. Softy. Damn, man, they charge so much money for the cones now. Like, remember we used to get like a cone for $1.50? Now they want $5 for a cone. And if you say mix it up, they charge you an extra $1, $6. Man, $6, I add $2 and go buy me a pint of Ben Jerry's. You know, my favorite flavor of Ben Jerry's is Chunky Monkey, man. Chunky Monkey, man, tastes really awesome. Also, they're closing Cornell in Attica. Oh yeah? And they're protesting there. They don't want to close. Man, it's sad. I mean, why would they want to close hospitals, man? I have no idea why. Look, Dave, there's a penitentiary up in Attica, New York, right? You know who's up? You know who's incarcerated there? You know the guy, David Mark Chapman, the guy that shot John Lennon? He's there in jail for almost like some 40 years. You know David Mark Chapman that shot John Lennon? That guy is really wild, crazy, man. He says, why, they ask him, why did you shoot John Lennon? He says that because of one of the book he read called Catcher on the Rye. I don't think it was about that, man. I mean, obviously the dude came the first time, right? That was back in 1984. He came actually in January of 1984 with an intent to shoot John Lennon, right? And then he went back because he was living in Hawaii. He was a janitor there, right? And then he came back October 8th and waited for John Lennon right outside the Dakota, man. He was exiting his limousine with his wife, the Japanese Yoko Ono, and he shot him with the .22, like in the back. And he never took off. You know, he sat there, right there on the sidewalk until the cops came and arrested him. He actually had an interview with Larry King before Larry King died. These guys, they put in brand new dishwashers, right? Those are dishwashers, huh? And they're taking the old ones. It looks like, right? Because the truck has a dishwasher on it, right? Oh shit, you know I had the car on reverse. No, Dave, the Dakota is on Central Park West and 72nd. Yeah, Dave, Dakota was actually the first building, the first luxury building that was built in the city. I don't know if you were during my live stream yesterday, and I was saying that the building was built back in 1884, right? And they built it right there where the Upper West Side was uninhabited. You know, there were no buildings there. There was nothing. There was only Central Park. Although Central Park wasn't really a Central Park at that point, because there were some of these Dutch and Native Americans that used to live on Central Park. You know, it was almost like a farm. So the Upper West Side, Upper East Side of New York, back then, it was just, there were no buildings. And then they built the Dakota, and they named it the Dakota. You know, you see what I'm saying? But obviously, the building was built for this guy. His name is Isaac Merritt Singer. You know the sewing machine Singer. It was invented back then, and he's the one that actually invented the machine. You know, Singers are still around today, but most of them are digital. You know, if you have some kind of nostalgic Singer that it's sitting somewhere in your barn, it's worth a lot of money today. You know, a lot of people live there, you know, like a lot of celebrities, they still live there. You know, Maury Povich, he's married to Connie Chung. I think he still does his show. John Lennon lived there with Yoko Ono until he was assassinated back in 1984. There was another football coach. He used to live there. His name is John Madden. You know, John Madden, he was crazy. He was always afraid to fly. Another celebrity lived there also. He was British. His name is Boris Karloff. You know the sitcom The Monsters. It was based on the whatever that movie, whatever. I mean, obviously one of them. He's from England, right? So he lived in that building also. Who lived there? Plenty of them actually. Yoko Ono, she left. She still has her apartment there, right? Yeah, she still has her apartment, but she got a lot older, and then she decided to move to Catskills. That's where she lives. She lives not that far from the city, but she decided to move there instead of living in the city. But it was nice because what she did. Look at this dude, right? He's insane, man. He was harassing those girls, and he was wearing a yarmulke. You see this dude that actually just passed me by? He looks like he's crazy. Yeah, Dakota is nice, beautiful building, man. All the west side, it has that really kind of old structural design to it. It's really cool. My favorite museum is the American Museum of Natural History. It's really nice museum, man. I don't know if you've been there. And next to it, there's a planetarium, right? And actually, even if you right across the street, there's another building also. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, a building right across the street from, right at the corner of 81st Street, where Jerry Seinfeld actually, he bought an apartment there for like almost $12 million. You know Jerry Seinfeld, right? He's crazy on, he loves Porsches, man. I mean, he got collection of his Porsches, right? Because he used to live in one of the townhouse building, right? On the west side, right? At one point, he decided to move from his townhouse, and he converted his townhouse into like sort of collection of all his Porsches. It's true. Also, like right across the street from the Dakota, there's another building. It's called the Majestic, right? It was known for these, you know, some of the Italian mafia members lived in that place also, but there was another person that lived there. Oh, yeah, Joe DiMaggio, actually, when he was married to Marilyn Monroe, they lived in that building right across the street. And most celebrities, all of them, they live on the west side of New York, you know? Even Madonna, she lives on the west side, you know? And she has a co-op herself, right? And recently, because she was adopting so many kids, things like that, you know, there's so much chaos in the building, right? So her, I think she lives in one of the buildings right there. It's a brand new building, actually. It was built recently. Wasn't even an old building. And because of that, you know how co-ops, they have a tenant association, and if they think it's something wrong, they vote you out. You know, that's why Madonna, she almost was gonna get kicked out of the building. Nick Jonas lives in that, you know, the Trump International. You can see it's a long building where they filmed the movie The Heist, right? Yeah, that building, it's Trump International. Part of it, it's a hotel, and part of it is residential. I see so many times Nick Jonas because I used to park my bike at one of the garages at Trump International. Because one of my friends, he used to work at the garage there, and it was getting a really good deal. But I used to see him all the time. He gets out of the back of the building because he picks up his car. Well, he doesn't pick up his car. People come and drive him, you know? But he used the back entrance. It's amazing. You see this Harley Davidson motorcycle shop? It was actually, it moved. I just noticed it, honestly. I just noticed the shop just moved recently. I guess they had really placed down by, you know, like below Canal Street. Actually, they were in the same building with that YouTuber. What's his name? Neistat. You know, Neistat has a brother also, right? But what's the other? Yeah, Neistat actually he used to live in one of the buildings where the Harley Davidson was, right? But they actually closed the shop there and they moved it here. I just noticed it. Harley Davidson. You don't want to buy a Harley Davidson motorcycle, man, because now people that actually they're hardcore Harley Davidson, you know, fans, people that rode these bikes, they really don't want to buy Harley Davidson anymore. You get my point? Because Harley Davidson is in trouble right now. I mean, they never wanted to improve on their bikes. Yeah, they look okay, like new bikes. I mean, with all the new stuff, like, because obviously most of the bikes now are fuel injected. They have these baggers, right? Yeah, they call them baggers, right? Like CVO, the bagger, the knuckleheads. I mean, all these bikes were desirable bikes, but people that ride Harleys no longer wanted to buy Harleys. The best one of them is, you know, they have Indian Chief. The Indian motorcycles, they're superior right now. Oh, Anthony King, how you doing, my friend? Very cool vlog. I'm watching from UK. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, well, you know, London cab drivers, they're professional drivers, man. You think it's a joke? You can't be a cab driver in London unless if you're native and you know every street like a palm of your hand. Although now I know they have these people integrating into the cab, you know, business in London. But if you're not you know how long it takes for someone to be cab driver in London? At least maybe 2 years by the time you get licensed. Do you see what I'm talking about? I mean, London cabs, London black, because their cars are black, not yellow. Yeah, my friend. Thank you, Anthony King. I appreciate you, man, for being here. I salute you, man. You know, because all those cab drivers in London, they you gotta know every street. And here, that's how our TLC, the Taxi Limousine Commission here, they're very corrupt. You know what I'm talking about? So they hand these licenses to anybody that wants a license. You know what I'm talking about? Although there's a test. How is someone that can't even speak English, right? You know what I'm talking about? And driving for rideshare. You know what I'm saying? Driving for rideshare app. How this person was able to get his license? That's what it's a mind blowing. You see what I'm talking about? I mean, I drive my car, right? And every time, you know, people that get in the car with me say, "Oh, thank God, man, you speak the, you know, whatever." And I go like, "Well, why other drivers, they can't even actually converse?" Well, I cannot tell you why, but all I can tell you that is the Taxi Limousine Commission is very corrupt. You know, and they hand these licenses to whomever wants to drive. Very sad. Anthony, I appreciate you, my friend, you know, for being here. Oh yeah, definitely, Anthony. You know what it's like. I mean, London, they implemented congestion pricing. I don't know if that really made any difference. I tell you the truth, because we go based on what you guys do in London. That's how they do things here. Because literally, at one point during Bloomberg administration, London at that point was going through the congestion pricing, to actually charge people to drive into London, right? They did it. They start charging people. I don't know what was the charges back then, and literally gradually they started charging more, right? To a point now, I think it is true. Correct me if I'm wrong. That you're paying like around £25 probably to just get into London, right? And during Bloomberg administration, they did the same thing. They followed London footsteps to see if they could implement the congestion pricing back then. But Bloomberg submitted his legislation to the state capital in Albany, but they turned him down. And like I said, it's been almost like, I don't know, since Bloomberg left. We had a mayor called de Blasio. Now, under de Blasio, we had this guy who was the head of the TfL, Transportation of London, right? He was running the show here with the NTA. I think he was in Canada, came to New York, and then he bails out. He had it. He was a chairman. I forgot what was his name. We had de Blasio left, although we had the governor of New York. The former governor of New York, his name is Andrew Cuomo, right? So he was ousted because of sexual misconduct, and now eventually his lieutenant governor Hochul, she's the current actually governor of New York. She's the one that she decided to sign the congestion pricing, so they're willing to actually go along with it, but they halted indefinitely, and now they're revisiting the congestion pricing. So, I mean, traffic, it's everywhere. Honestly, I drove yellow cabs back in the 90s. I was barely 20 years old, and honestly, it was easy to travel in New York because it was wide open. You can see on the left here, we got bike lane, cars parked way in the middle, and you got people that come want to deliver goods. They park in this lane, and they park on the other lane, and it becomes really insane. You can't even actually travel within the city. I mean, they're doing this for a reason. It's not like they're doing it because, if you want to ride your bike, ride on your own risk. There's no sense of having a bike lane. New York is not a bike-friendly environment. You know what I'm talking about? So, I don't know. Yeah, in London, man, you got to go through like 2 years of training, of testing and all that before even you become cab driver in London. And I just took this trip and it doesn't make no sense, because look, I just accepted the trip, right? I need to go 1.5 miles that way to pick passenger and bring them right up here. Their drop-off is right here where I'm at. You tell me if a rival algorithm makes any sense. Honestly, it's based on what I see on the map, right? So now, our governor, they want to lower, the charges. How much they're going to charge people to drive, and that's what I've heard, because obviously they were going to charge $15 for private cars, Motorcycles $7 or something like that, and the trucks that all come into New York around $26. And you're only going to be charged once you pass that the district zone, which is 60th Street all the way down to the lower part of Manhattan, right? So now they said they're only going to start charging like around $5, right? And gradually they're going to be raising it based on consumer price index and the inflation. You know what I'm saying? Whatever they think, because obviously they're killing people that work in the city. They come work here. They're hard, working people. You know what I'm saying? They hardly making a living, right? So you guys come and start charging people. I mean, there's always a way, like, to come and drive, park, and get on a train and actually drive into the business zone. But people, they want to drive their cars, right? You sold me a car because I'm paying insurance, paying everything. I want to drive my car. And plus, you're going to charge me to drive into, a business zone. Oh, Colonel Defo, it's kind of weird. You're a moderator, unless if you had a different, I don't know. What's going on with the lockdown? It is what it is, man. With the lockdown, it's not going. They're not gonna lift, this lockdown, unless if the drivers get together, right? Get together. Stop driving for a week, and see how Uber and Lyft are gonna react. And definitely they're gonna come and begging for the drivers to come back to work with more pay and no lockdown. You know what I'm saying? You cannot lock the drivers out. The drivers, you want to lock the drivers out, reclassify drivers into employees, right? And then you could control the drivers. You know what I'm talking about? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, if it was, I mean, I know the thing associated with having to reclassify the drivers, right? But Uber and Lyft, they're adamant about not wanting to reclassify the drivers, right? But if you want to consider drivers as independent contractors, then you cannot tell me when to work and when not to work. Like I said, nobody's gonna solve this lockdown except for the drivers themselves. They need to come out and drove, like the whole. I mean, look, I know that we have 86,000 drivers that operate these vehicles in the city, and some of them they do drive. They don't have. Some of them don't have cars, but the one that they do have cars, they need to shut down the app. That's the only way. You could be going back and forth. Have these protests, all the strikes, whatever that is. But if you have only a handful of drivers, a couple hundred out of 86,000, Uber, they're gonna say, look, those drivers we don't care about those drivers. They know that most of the drivers are willing to drive, you know what I'm saying, and take this crap, offers. They need the nation strike, you know what I'm saying? Like every place of the lower 48, to stop working. But some drivers, they're not gonna stop working because what they making, it seems like it's a fortune for them. You know what I'm talking about? Compare what they actually, because they have families, they have people overseas that they feed, and that money, it's worth a lot to them. Even if Uber goes and lower the rate here to 25 cents per mile, people will still drive. Curlin Default, did you change your username, or you had the same username? Oh, same one? Same. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm still working for Revel. No, I was wondering because I've never seen you in my live stream. I don't really recognize your username. Maybe by mistake I turned, probably I turned you were turned into, unless if I made a mistake and I made you a moderator. I'm just saying because I've never recalled, your username before. So TLC are not doing anything for drivers. No, TLC are against the drivers. TLC, they're never for the driver. They want to attack the drivers. If TLC had what it takes, they could freaking they could get rid of Uber and Lyft, right? And operate themselves, like they could, but they can't. They already messed up. Now TLC, they're boyfriend and girlfriend. It's open.
Hi.
Hi. Hey. What's your name?
Ko je naručio?
Jakob?
Yes.
No problem.
Tata, možeš još iza.
Evo.
I ovo ti je previsoko.
Evo, sve spuštam se. Ok, mogu još? Genug? Ne brzo. Nije pušeno nešto. A pušeno nešto.
Mogao smijem sad.
Tu, pa vidi. Na mjesti se ako dignu.
Ovdje smo čekali. Ovdje smo čekali.
Šek. Ali pušeno je na mjesti se ako pušeno.
Čekaj, di da ih stavim?
Odrežite noge i stavi iza, ajde.
Di da ih stavim, ne kužim. To sam već napravila. Kako je estetik video. Gledate, išla sam i gore. Estetičan video. Vidiš na prozor i pogledam. Vidiš na trubi kad je ovaj...
Very estetik.
to ok. Pojedeš 3-4.
Da pojedeš 4, 5, 6, 7.
Ali ja to nisam rekla, ali dobro.
I da je 4 je već 20.
A koliko košta je u bilo kojem drugom restoranu jelo? Gotovo suši restoran.
Ti si zato što kao da je to super jeftino.
Nisam rekla da je super jeftino, nego da u bilo kojem drugom restoranu.
Šta je još?
Ništa.
Kako više ništa?
Neće više govoriti.
Kako pa vidio sam da je ok.
50 € samo je meni. Kao slijedom dobiš temari sushi, scallop carpaccio, neki pork and shrimp, sukita šta ti plaći, fried sesame rice balls, tiger shrimp, chicken nešto sa taj, ne, Korean beef, neki bacon i ice cream.
Svašta. Što nema neki jeftini isto za 30 nešto.
Ti u Grnebu.
Rekao sam ti di je jako naručivo i ti pileća nožice.
Rubajc, se zatvorio.
Da. Odavno pileći.
Evo ga Rubajc.
Okay, does you start?
Yeah.
Stisneš.
Natisam ja.
Press the thing there. Press the one on the handle. See that little button right there? Right there on top. Where you see that?
Ah, okay, yeah.
You were frustrated before when you got in the car trying to figure out how to open the door, yeah?
Okay.
So you could get used to it eventually.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he didn't know how to open the door initially when I pulled up to pick them up, and he was pissed. You know, it was like, it's my fault. I guess you don't know how to open the door, but I told you, man. Remember when I got the pickup? I got it right here on the other side, 6th Avenue, and I had to go back all the way there to bring the passenger here. Just a waste of time, man. Waste of time, waste of energy, and depleting the battery. You know, if you run a business as right share, you want to make sure that you're the pickups are 10 minutes, 50, maybe like, you know, at least everything has to sort of kind of be within the vicinity, right? Who's about to ride? We salute you. Hello, what's going on, my friend? How you been? Travel Pass, welcome back, man. Welcome. I really thank all of you guys, you know, that come, you know, to say hello, you know, be part of the live stream and all that. I'm grateful for you guys. Thank you. Appreciate you. holler at me, man. Yeah, I'm here for you, my friend. Give you some, sightseeings. I enjoy driving, that's what I like about my job, I just love driving, man. I just need to have really good cars. Like this car, like I said, the thing that I like about it is that it makes it easier to drive the car without having to use the brakes. You see what I'm saying? Without, the brakes, right? You only use the accelerator, not the gas pedal, the accelerator pedal, right? Because this car is actually electric, right? Yeah, it makes it very smooth, Well, who's about to ride me so would you? Man, it looks clear on Canal, but I don't want to go on Canal. Man, you know what I miss also? I used to listen to Howard Stern every morning. It was fun, man. You could laugh your ass off, and then all of a sudden, they cut him off. Now you can listen to him on XM, right? I think it's on XM radio. Man, you want to have some fun? Here they cut you off, man. Cancel you. And all Howard used to do it, just all fun, all laugh. Screw the FCC, man. Bunch of douchebags, man, sitting behind a desk cubicle, dictating people's, lives. Why not the gas pedal? Yeah, I agree with you, man. How you got the you have a CDL? LaDonna Scott. LaDonna Scott, how are you today? Thank you for chiming in here. Are there Uber Lyft driver who drive fast? Can't accommodate person. Wish it as oh yeah, LaDonna, it's definitely here in the city we do have wheelchair accessible vehicles. Yes, in New York, but they don't have enough, and they think that the taxi limousine commission that runs the show here, as far as the the taxis, the rideshare vehicles, and also they run some power transit buses like in the city. So obviously the city, they shouldn't, for making sure that at one point they will make sure that all the taxis and half of the rideshare vehicles at one point, they all want to turn them into wheelchair accessible vehicles. There is a way, because this is the only alternative you have as a driver in New York City in order for you to get it's called for-hire vehicle permit, is to buy a wheelchair accessible vehicle, right? But not a lot of people, they want to deal with accessible vehicles, right? Because they think it's a burden. They don't want to deal with having to go, which is really sad, because obviously disabled people needs to get where they want to go. You get my point? So yes, we do have wheelchair accessible vehicles, and we have quite of them here, versus like if you go another part of the country where they have none. You know what I'm talking about? Because all the rideshare drivers that work in lower 48, most of their cars are just sedans, regular vehicles. I don't think not even one person has wheelchair accessible vehicle. In another, like I'm assuming, I could be wrong, but I know for a fact that we do have a bunch of accessible vehicles here in the city. Donna Scott, I really appreciate you for being here. Oh yeah, are you? It sounds like you're a disabled person. I'm sorry. I actually wanted to help. The best that to my ability. Like as far as I know, because obviously at this point I don't have an accessible vehicle. I don't have an accessible vehicle. I have inaccessible vehicle. You get my point? And I cannot emphasize enough the fact that definitely we need more of those cars in the city for people to use them, because a lot of people need to go where they want to go. I mean, especially like blind people that they cannot see. You see who I blame? I definitely blame I definitely blame the Uber and Lyft. You know, they're the one they need to actually get sued again and again and again, because Lyft got sued by the American Disability Act, right? That's what they call them, so they were sued. They settled at one point. It just they're definitely looking for another lawsuit soon. Yeah, LaDonna, I really kind of feel, you know, really bad because the fact that people need to go where they want to go. Do you live in New York, or you live, what part of the state you live in? Yeah, you know, I wish that American Disability Act comes out again and sue them, so they could basically start having more of those cars. You know? Oh, you live in Ohio? Nice. Columbus, Ohio? Columbus is the state capital, man. I know the 50 states are 50 capitals, man, by heart. Yeah, Donna, I'm sorry, you know, I cannot stress enough how I'm sorry that the fact that there's not enough of those cars. You know, honestly, if you lived in New York, I think you should have no problem requesting those accessible vehicles. You know, we have an accessible, see, I work, you know, honestly, I can tell you the truth. I do work for Access and Ride, a service that we have here in New York City. It's called Access and Ride. I work with disabled people, honestly, I do. I work for an app here. They do emergency transportation, non-emergency transportation, right? So for the fact that my car does not have wheelchair accessible ramp, I service some people with disability. But people that I service, they really not, they're not really wheelchair confined, right? They basically could move, could get in the car, in and out. Some people are partially blind. You know, when I get to places, if I know the person is blind or partially blind, I come out of the car, you know, help them out into the car, store their belonging. You know, I do, honestly, I swear to God. I mean, some people that actually come to my live stream, they could tell you that I actually do work with an app here that utilize non-emergency transportation, which is Access and Ride. It's part of the MTA. You know, we have the MTA here. It's the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. So they have the, you know, they subsidize some of these rides for, you know, some of these, you know, the access ride. Access ride is part of the MTA. You know, so what they do is they source some of the brokers in New York City, and they actually, the brokers, they utilize some of the rideshare drivers here in New York City that they have their own cars so they can service disabled people. But the access ride, right, MTA has its own buses. You see what I'm saying? All you have to do is actually get, you have to kind of sign up for that, and basically they ask you to come for an appointment so they can evaluate your disability, and in your case you can find a wheelchair. They will send you a bus with the wheelchair accessible ramp. You get my point? In New York, they do actually request these services. Like I said, in Ohio, I'm sure in Ohio they have such a service, you know, where you could, city and state, you know, they provide you with the service free of charge. You know what I'm saying? So you see, like this bus in front of me, if I see one of these accessive ride vans, I could point it out to you so you can see what it's like. You know what I mean? But I hold Uber Lyft accountable, because they're not pushing this, and they're the one that need to be sued again until they have enough of these wheelchair accessible on their fleets. You know, because we, the drivers, we work for Uber Lyft, we provide everything out of pocket. You know what I'm saying? I mean, these wheelchair accessible vehicles, they cost around like $100,000. It depends, because you have to buy the vehicle, and then you have to equip the vehicle with the wheelchair accessible ramp. You know, just the wheelchair accessible ramp, it runs you about 20 grand, you know, to actually have it installed. But we do have the service for disabled people here in New York, you know. It's not free. I'm saying it's not free, but you're only paying here. Most people that use access ride service, which is, it's called access ride. That's what it's called, right? And they pay only $3 for the trip. That costs almost like that costs $30, $40. You see what I'm talking about? Because we work for some of these apps, they call them brokers in New York. So they pay us the same amount of money for the trip, for the same amount of money as some of the Uber Lyft trips, right? They may be like, they both us a little bit, you know, they might be like $3 or $4 less than Uber rides, but yet, you know, we service some disabled people here in New York. You know, they're not disabled, they could literally walk and everything. They just go to medical appointment, they go to dialysis, things like that. You know, you just go pick them up like you service in any other rideshare, you know, rider, right? Because sometimes I could be driving my Uber car, right? And I get some of the trips, and I could tell they're actually access ride trips, because Uber Lyft, the MTA access ride has an account with Uber Lyft. That means if they cannot dispatch a car to go pick you up as a disabled person, you know, the MTA, which is the access ride, they send out like a rescue car. That's what they call it. And rescue car happened to be me as an Uber driver, you know, to go pick up that person. No, they pay a fee like around $3. Sometimes some people, they pay $5.80, and they could go anywhere within the perimeter of New York City. You know, as far as because here we have the 5 boroughs of New York that consist of 5, you know, metropolitan, because and then you request service, and it has to be within this perimeter, you know, within the city limit. Yes. anybody in the chat, they knew I'm from New York, they could tell you that I actually do this rides, access ride. Oh, hello, you got CDL, nice. What's the B stands for? I honestly like to do access ride trips. You know, they're less headache. You're dealing with reasonable people. You know, people that already going through they go through screening. You know, they have to go through the system, through the city, to be able to find out, because you have to go through that approval, right? And you're dealing with legitimate people. I mean, it's always there someone's gonna make your life miserable sometimes, right? But I found it less headache, you know, dealing with the right you know, accessory, you know, go picking up like a, you know, sort of disabled people, because they're not here to harm you or get in the car. And some of these, you know, like Uber, Lyft passengers, they're all drama. You know, they come in the car, they want to create havoc on the drivers. All of them have fake accounts, fake names, fake everything, you know. And Uber, Lyft, literally, they let them do that. You know, download the app, because anybody could download that app, you know, and upload like fake, you know, gift card, whatever, to pay for the services, right? But accessorized trips and passengers, all of them are vetted. All of them are vetted. They have their real names, real phone numbers. They have to have their own, you know, credentials, you know, in order for them to actually use the service. You know, on Friday night and Saturday night, I don't deal with the crowd. I don't deal with stupid people. You know, I do access ride all night, and it pays the same amount of money as Uber Lyft trips. Like I said, they might be $3 or $4 less than some of the trips that Uber offer us. Although Uber Lyft, they've been ripping us off recently. So, but I utilize all the apps that are offered to me here in the city. You know, all of them. Yeah, I think my phone was lagging, so, you know, every time you get closer to like body of water, you know, things gets a little complicated with these phones. No, what I meant, like, I don't know if you missed my last sentence, that I utilize all these apps. You know, I would rather, you know, deal with access ride, you know, passengers, some of the disabled people, especially on the weekend, because I don't really service any of these rude people. Like on Friday night and Saturday night, I concentrate on picking up, you know, access ride trips, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna stay away from this part of Battery Park City, because there's no, like, sometimes I know when there's no services around this part of town. Bobcat. See Bobcat right there. Bobcat, they make really good construction vehicles right there, right? That one, it's called a mule. That's what it's called. mule. You know, it's true, man. Like Uber, Lyft drivers, we mules. You know, we are mules, right? Because we transport people with this stuff. We don't know what they're carrying on them. You know, it could be drugs, whatever. That's why I tell people, man, most of the drivers, you know, if you go to pick up and somebody give you a package to deliver as a rideshare driver, don't deliver that package, right? You're rideshare drivers, you don't deliver packages, you deliver a human, right? I understand if someone comes with his duffel bags and all that, because obviously you cannot refuse the ride, right? But if you go to a place and somebody tells you take this package from me to drop it off, don't take that package. Don't take bags, you know, don't travel with bags in your car. You know, if you get pulled over and something inside those bags, you're screwed. Even with a passenger, you know, if you get pulled over and someone, you know, like carrying drugs, you're gonna end up in, you know, like being interrogated by the cops because you're inside the car, you know, drugs are inside the car, whatever, the person was there. I mean, look, I'm just saying. This lollipop since like 2 days ago. I don't know if it's still here. Yeah, it's still here. I'm trying to like suck on it, right? Empower app, it stopped picking up a little bit. You know, the other, like, I don't know, what was it? It was Friday, right? Last Friday, I did a bunch of trips on Empower. You know, I was amazed because I had it on and it was I was getting consecutive rides. Yeah, man, I got blow pop right here. I'm blowing a pop. Yeah, the only thing I mentioned in Power because they have like appreciation day every time, you know, they do Zoom calls with the drivers. I usually don't attend, honestly. Yeah, they invite you to be part of the Zoom and ask some question ahead of time, so they could address the question, you know, during the Zoom call. But I never really attend the Zoom call. See, this restaurant on the left, it's called Tribeca Grill. Robert De Niro owns that restaurant right there on the left. I don't know if you can see it. Left of your screen right there. Tribeca Grill, 375 Greenwich. Yeah, Robert De Niro, he lives here. Yeah, Robert De Niro hates Trump. You know, Robert De Niro is one of my favorite actors too, honestly. He did really good movies. The only one movie I didn't like when he did with Ben Stiller. What was that movie called? The Fuckers. The Fuckers, right? Or was it? That's what it was called, The Fuckers, with an O instead of U. You know what Tribeca stands for? It stands for Triangular Below Canal. Although, I mean, it's not a triangular. I mean, if you look at the map below Canal Street, I don't think it's triangular. It has a curve into it. You see what I'm saying? You can see Manhattan Island, right? It looks from the bottom, right? And you know, if you come from the upper part of Manhattan, right? It's kind of narrower a little bit, right? It narrows, like it's very narrow on like when you go up north, right? And the more you go down, it widens, right? Becomes wider, and the more you go down to the financial district, it becomes very narrower. So obviously, if you look at the lower part of Manhattan, it looks like a triangular, but it's not. Look like triangular below canal. These people are walking their dogs, and the dog is gonna piss on the car. It's gonna piss on. Uh-oh, I'm parking on a parking lot driveway. It's just about time they will come and tell me to get the F out of here. Tribeca, Triangular below Canal Street. Man, during 9/11, it was a disaster here, man. And I can't believe it, man. After those buildings collapsed, right? They clean up that mess in like a few, maybe few months, quick, fast. They picked up all that, the beams, the whole, you know, whatever that collapsed within the World Trade Center. I mean, look, my friend, because the 3,000 people died in that building, right? When they came, they grabbed everything. They basically, I'm sure there were human remains there that were actually picked up, you know, with that, you know, all that rubbish, right? All that, the beams and everything was smothered. I mean, obviously the fire was actually, I could smell, you know, that, I don't know if it was a flash that you could smell, you know, and up, you know, during that time, you know, it's always been smelling real. I could smell that, you know, the burning of whatever it is that was really smelled bad at one point, you know, down by the 9/11, you know, site. But obviously they picked up everything, dished out all that stuff in one of those landfills in New Jersey. No, actually it was Staten Island, right? And I'm sure those people remains, they probably were part of that trash, you know. It's really sad, but oh, Mighty Bold, what's up, my friend? What's up? How's it going, my friend? How's everything going? Are you a bull rider? I like PBR, right? Bull, you know, what do you call it? Those guys, they have bulls, man. They ride those bodacious bulls. Yeah, man. I remember there was one of the bulls, man, that nobody could ride. And his name was Bodacious. I swear to God, man. You know, PBR, that's what they call it. Yeah, man, look. Those bull riders, man. They're badass, man. They get injured and they come back and ride again. Yeah, professional bull riding. I've been in one of those, man, a few times at Madison Square Garden, because they do come to Madison Square Garden. But if you don't got bulls, man, you cannot ride those bulls. If you don't have bulls, you cannot ride those bulls. It's true. Mighty Bull, how you doing, my friend? Not a bull rider, right? Yeah, bodacious, man. This freaking bull. you can. 1 second, he's that's it. You're done. You're on the floor. I think the only guy that rode it, you know who rode that bull? The guy that, I forgot his name. He was married to a singer, Jewel. I forgot his name. He was he won so many nationals, man, this dude. I forgot his name. He was married to Jewel, the singer. Yeah, that's the only guy that rode that bull right? And he wrote it, and at one point, because what they do is sometimes they retire those bulls. At one point, you know, they put them to sleep or whatever. I don't know what the big deal. Oh, Mighty Bull, you know, I drive all abs here in New York City. I'm with this platform this morning called the Revel, but I do work for a bunch of abs. Uber, Lyft, Curb, Mile, Empower, another app also called Journey, another app called Journey. Those are all some of the apps that we have here in New York. I utilize them all. You see what I'm talking about? So, but I'm on this platform called the Revel. I don't know if you're from New York. Where you from? Are you from the States? Mighty Bull, man. I think they should call one of those bulls Mighty Bull. Yeah, let me see where we're picking up here. Yeah, picking up at the Battery Park. I know where this building is. Mighty Bull, I appreciate you, my friend, for being here. Going to Battery Park City. Oh, you from Brooklyn? Oh, you from New York, man. Awesome, man. Do you do rideshare? Hey, Paul Danino. What do you got there? You got zucchini. What else do you have there? Cucumber. Yeah, Paul Danino, your message was held for review, so I mean, I know you have emojis, but I don't know why they held your it's just emojis, right? Brooklyn in the house. Are you from Bedford-Stuyvesant? Are you from Bushwick? Are you from East New York? Are you from Brownsville? Oh yeah, the charging board is down all the way down by Bowling Green. I'm picking up here from Battery Park next to American Express. You know, with the financial district, you know, where they have this what do you call it? It used to be called Winter Garden. Now it's called Brookfield. That car is a money pit, man. Cherokee is a bad freaking car. Raging Bull, my friend. You know what? You know they used to have this little sculpture right there next to the bull. It looks like what do you call it? The yeah, a little girl. She was like facing the Raging Bull like that. And they removed the sculpture for some reason. I don't know why. I know 8th River Terrace is on the side here. Damn, these bikers, man, they come out of nowhere. Oh, this is 2. Yeah, Raging Bull, man, is that Raging Bull got like some size of balls on him. You know, people, they even take picture with his balls. They like take photo with the balls, with his testicles. They like his testicle, man. They like his testicles. His testicles are unique.
Hey, how's it going?
Let's go, man. What's your name?
Encore.
Oh, no problem. looking out for this building, right?
It's 915.
Goes right there. This one here.
Left or right?
Right, sir. Right there.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, perfect. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
No problem. Man, this guy was fixated on that phone, man. He never really looked. I could see it all the way down here. I was thinking maybe he knew where he was going, and at one point I was gonna tell him to just take a hike because when I turn here, the building is only a block away. I was gonna tell him just freaking walk, right? But I just turn around. It's okay. You see how gradually they're closing all this part of Broadway? It'll be all pedestrian walkway. One day you can't even drive through here from 23rd Street all the way. Already part of the Union Square is all closed. You know, honestly, you know guys, how easy to drive the car without brakes. You know, like the Tesla, I drive it without brakes. It's like a go-kart. I mentioned it before, regenerative braking, right? You could drive it like a regular car. Like there's 3 modes. It creep, hold, yeah, creep. What was the other one? Yeah, creep, roll, yes, and hold. I drive with hold. If you drive with creep and roll, it's almost like driving a regular car. Roll, no brakes, just gas. Just accelerator. Accelerator pedal, accelerator pedal, accelerator. Gonna go down here to Washington Park. Go to Washington Park, take a left on University. If you don't know how to drive, this car will teach you how to drive. But you gotta drive it without brakes. Oh, Roxanne, what did you mean by why are they doing that? I mean, you saw something on the street? Roxanne, what's going on in Ohio? They in Ohio. They in Ohio. I know there's a song. It's called They in Ohio. Who sang that song? Hold on. Oh, what's his name? Damn, the Canadian guy. Damn, he's my favorite too. There you go, man, go. Blowing horn, that's not how we drive, man. Oh, Neil Young. Yeah, Neil Young. Neil Young is Canadian. He just became a citizen not that long ago, man. And he lived in America his entire life. Oh, Roxanne, the reason why they do that is to get rid of the cars from the city. Only the reason why they shutting down places, pedestrian walkway, bike lanes, all that, to just like deter people from driving into New York. That's the reason why they do it. You know, Washington Park, you can see the statue of George Washington right there, the first president is on the right. And on the left is one of the framer. I've never looked at, honestly, because they clean up this arch and it looks freaking fresh. There's gotta be one of his soldier, maybe Alexander Hamilton. You know, Alexander Hamilton, he was not born here. He was born in one of the islands in Jamaica, right? But he was one of the founding father, you know? He fought along George Washington during the Revolutionary War. It's amazing. I mean, if you go up north in Manhattan, there's Hamilton Heights. It's actually next to Washington Heights, and that's where there's where actually Alexander Hamilton Mansion. It's really nice, beautiful. It sits on the hill. There's so much history, man. Washington Park is full of knuckleheads here, all like weed whackers, man. They're all weed whackers. It's true, man. People smoke a lot of weed in that park. Yeah, it's same thing. Like Benjamin Franklin, he's on $100 bill. He was a founding father, right? They call him framers, right? He was never president. I'm not sure why they have his face on $100 bill. Don't you think they're supposed to have George Washington on a $100 bill instead of, oh shit, that guy almost killed himself? You know, that biker that went down, he never attempted to stop. But again, never attempt to stop, man. Oh yeah, you know what? I've been all day not taking any of the trip going to airport, but this trip, because it's almost the end of my shift, and they almost gave me like sort of a filter, you know, like destination filter that we have on a Lyft, although we had on an Uber. So now they give me a trip going towards Brooklyn, so my shift ends there. So yeah, guys, I'm gonna be streaming for you for another 40 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. Yeah, guys, I'm really grateful for you guys, you know, to be here, you know, attending my stream, you know, taking sightseeing. There's too much to know about New York, you know. I've never really stopped learning about New York. Yeah, Orchard Street, nice, man. So I don't have, all I do, get to Orchard Beach and get on the bridge. Orchard Street, which is right 2 blocks away from the bridge, so I can get on the bridge right there. I don't have to kind of muscle my way through, you know, like through the traffic to get to the bridge. It's right there. So. Wow. We're on East Houston, not Houston. People from Texas, they come here, they get pissed that we say Houston. Everything big in Texas. You know that Texas want to succeed from the states? I don't think it's gonna happen, man. Would be nice, man, because they have that awesome flag, a Lone Star. There will be like United States, you know, like country within the United States. No way, Jose. Yeah, I was gonna say Orchard Beach, right? Because there's a beach in the Bronx called Orchard Beach. It's a very dirty beach, man. You don't want to go there. Orchard Beach, but inside Orchard Beach, there's like sort of like a row of stretch row of restaurants there. They're all seafood. They got some awesome seafood there. And even you can live on Orchard Beach because it's really beautiful there too. But the beach is freaking disgusting. I don't know why. But there are hardly any waves on that beach. I swear to God, it's like standstill water, you know, like sort of flat. Been there once, never went back. Look at that place right there. It says El Churro. I like churros, man, but I'm not gonna buy churro from these people. They're gonna charge like $10 for a churro. You got Uptown, man. You get like 5 churros for like. No, I mean they sell like three churros for $5. And actually, the Mexicans they sell them Uptown, right? I like churros, man. And there's a deli here. It's called Cat's Deli. It's famous for pastrami. I would want to eat there, man, honestly. And this place has been here since 1889. It's true, man. That's how long that Cat's Deli was there. There was another deli also called Carnegie, but that was up in by Times Square, right? You know Carnegie Hall? Carnegie. Cats. Not cat, cats. K-A-T-Z, right? K-A-T as in Tom, Z as in zebra. X as in Xerox. X as in Xerox. We're picking up Vanessa Williams. Vanessa Williams, it's gone right there, man. Right off the Williamsburg Bridge. It's gone a division. Yeah, guys, also we have the Tenement Museum right here. It's really cool museum, my friends. Sometime you want to come here, you want to visit the Tenement Museum. You know, to show you how the people lived back in the days. Because this is where people lived here. This is where most people, you know, the first migration that came through Ellis Island back in the early 1800s. This is where they lived, right here, in this part of town, and they used to call the tenements. You know, there were about 53,000 people that lived on the lower part of Manhattan. You know, if you go past 14th Street, everything was no man's land, right? This lady, you know what she's doing? She's moving out, or probably she's basically. Yeah, good.
Can I throw things in the trunk?
Yeah, I'll open up the trunk for you.
Perfect.
I swear, literally, she's moving out. You can if you want.
Bigger than I thought it was, you know?
You good?
Yeah, fine. Sorry, my man.
No problem. All in?
What's up?
You good? All right. Your name?
Vanessa.
Fine, thanks.
It's gonna be jingling a bit, but
That's all right. No worries.
it's cheap to pass up, man. This thing's 100 years old.
Yeah, I mean,
They don't make stuff.
they don't make them. Yeah.
Yeah, and the ones that they
That
make
was
that look like it,
chandelier,
break in
right?
2 months, you know?
What is it? It's a chandelier, right?
Yeah, and it's got real glass and brass. It's 100% brass. It's crazy. Probably more than 100 years.
Well, this is where you could find some of this old stuff.
That's
here.
the thing, man. My
Because
whole apartment.
This is the tenements. This is where
Yeah.
most people live.
And you know what it is? Every time they clean out the basements, right? There's like old antiques in the basements. The new restaurant comes on, they just throw it on the sidewalk. They don't want to deal with it.
Wow. Right.
Most of my apartment, I mean, everything except for my couch and my mattress, everything is from the street.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's
sad.
all
People,
new.
they threw stuff out. Yeah.
Dude, it's new. That's the craziest part. The craziest over COVID.
It's crazy. We take everything for granted.
Oh man, it's
we
wild.
take everything
Some of
for
the way these people live, it's unreal. They
we,
move.
we take everything for granted. In
Yeah.
this country, you know?
These people, they move from one apartment to the other, and they just throw everything out on the street and buy all new stuff.
Some people, they don't want to bother to take that
It's
stuff.
crazy. I mean, I guess maybe that's
Honestly, you
cheaper,
could
I don't know.
furnish an apartment right off the street.
That's what I did with mine. I really did. So, but it's, you know, I mean, literally over COVID, people, I think it was like around, it was March, so people started moving back to the city, and then they move out like a month later. So like I walk outside my apartment, and there's a brand new set of furniture, dresser, you know, the whole thing,
Yeah.
like side table, everything, a matching set from Ashley Furniture, really nice, like black and wood and like, you know, and still has the tags on it, still wrapped in plastic,
Right.
and all the stuff from the apartment was on the sidewalk. So they had, I guess, like she had moved to the city, mommy and dad had bought her all this furniture.
Right.
She got here, COVID happens, she decided she doesn't want to stay. So they just dumped everything on the sidewalk. She didn't even unpack her stuff.
Yeah, I mean, COVID did numbers on people.
It was crazy. So I had a whole brand new set of furniture. It's so fun to believe.
on this platform?
Yeah. Like for like me, I mean, obviously on the weekends, like I get that, but like I'm talking about like a Tuesday versus a Thursday.
You know, because on my end as a driver, we don't know how they price these
Oh,
things.
really? You don't know what you're getting?
It's true. It's the same thing.
Wow.
Like Uber Lyft. Actually, I work for Uber Lyft. I have my own vehicle.
Yeah.
Also, they've been ripping us off. We don't
I
know
know
how
that,
much.
But like,
yeah,
they
they don't.
You
We
used to
don't.
be able to see it because like you used to be able to.
No,
pick
they
your
never
rides.
say. They never tell us
Maybe
what
not
the.
here,
They
but
never
for
tell
Uber.
us what the pickup is. They don't ever tell us what the drop off.
Really?
No, they show us the price until the end of the trip.
Even for with Uber too.
True. Yes.
Wow.
See, like when I come pick you up, I don't know where you're going. I mean, on Uber, right? Although here, sometimes when I click on accept, they tell me what the pickup is. It's the same thing with Uber. But Uber, they don't show us no pickup, no drop off until we accept the ride. And once you accept the ride, I'm still not being able to see where you're going. Until I get there, validate your name, start the trip, then it tells me that you're going to where.
But it used to be different, right?
It was not. I've been with Uber since the inception of Uber
I thought that
in
like
New York.
guys are.
See, a lot of passengers, they don't know what it's like on our end as a
No, I remember one guy telling me that he would be on like 3 different apps.
I work for 5 different apps.
And then he would choose like whichever was the most, and I was like, well, how did he do that then?
I mean, you could, you know, it's a. See, I have
Like,
I have
define
4
it
phones.
after?
I have 4 phones.
Okay.
I have 4 phones on. I mean, I use one of them on 2 platforms, and the other ones, basically, you're on the left, right?
Yeah. Could you pull
I'm not
pull
turning around.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
would
I'm
be
not
great.
circling around.
Make it a lot easier.
No, I mean, you have to diversify. I mean, honestly, because there's apps that only exploit drivers.
I know they're
That's what they
screwing
do.
you guys
Yeah,
now.
yes.
Come on down.
But you know how Uber sometimes, if there's busy time, they have this surge, and they surge, you know, like they charge you like arm and leg.
Right, yeah,
But we don't know where you guys are going. This is the building, right?
This is fine. Thank you. Perfect.
No problem.
Yeah, it sucks, man. I switched to this because I thought you guys do better.
Yeah,
on this.
use any of the service to your advantage, you know?
Right.
Yeah. I really don't want to touch none of that stuff that she actually found on the street. Yeah, I'll close it. Yeah. No problem. Yeah, it's automatic. And you finished with the truck, right?
One of the little stars came detached. There we are. Thank you so much.
No problem, my pleasure.
Thank you.
You good?
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah, man. I don't want to touch none of that stuff, but it's true, man. People, they threw good stuff. You know, I'm looking at this chandelier. It looks really cool. I think she might have use for it, but like I said, man, sometimes you could basically furnish your apartment right off the street. Yeah, guys, this is my yeah, it's the end of my shift. It's always been like this, where when at the end of my shift they hook me up with the trip going towards the end of my journey, but no. I'm only like 3 minutes to the depot from here. I really don't like to go that way because it's insanity there. You know, like you never could actually go, because actually Division Lee, it's a lot quicker, but it's quicker for me in the morning to take that way going to work. Yeah, guys, really nice of you guys to be here today, watching the stream. Probably tomorrow, I might consider maybe adding a shift tomorrow, you know, for me to like live stream for you guys, by all depends. Tomorrow is what? Oh, Tuesday. Oh yeah, tomorrow more. Today's what? Monday. Today's Tuesday? Look, I'm confused, man. Oh, today's Tuesday. Yes, tomorrow, Wednesday. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be here because I have, yeah, I'm not gonna be here Wednesday, tomorrow more likely, because I have a dentist appointment. I just realized, yeah, it was scheduled last week. I put it off, and then they rescheduled me today. They scheduled me on Wednesday, tomorrow, for the dental appointment. I might come stream Thursday for you guys. Thursday, yeah. But Saturday, I'm definitely gonna be streaming in the morning. Saturday, Sunday, fun day. Oh, Roxanne, appreciate you. Oh, the Mighty Bull. I'm in your border today. I'm in Brooklyn right now. You can tell where I'm at right now, right? Yeah, Roxanne, you know, I mean, it is what it is. It's really nice, man. Every time I stream, like, on the platform, like, I turn around and times, like, goes by like that, quick. Yeah, Roxanne, thank you. Roxanne is very supportive. I appreciate you. Yeah, Mighty Bull. Yeah, definitely, man. I'll be streaming like maybe either Thursday or, yeah, but definitely Saturday. Mighty, you originally from New York? Wow, this is nice armory right here on the right. You see it? Yeah, Dave, you know, yeah, it's basically, yeah, I've been recalled, you know, back. So, you know, it's amazing. Like, I've always, like, when I drove, like, last year, I was hounding this, you know, I was hounding Revel, you know, to kind of come up with some kind of sort of a destination filter, because I was telling them about how a destination filter works. on Lyft because Uber does not offer us those destination filter any longer. So it seems like they actually started, they've been doing this because obviously I could tell, every time at the end of my shift, they will give me a trip, coming this way, towards the depot, right? It makes sense. And it makes sense to them because they can actually just end my trip and I'm like an hour away from the depot, right? Because they have to pay me for that time driving into the depot. You get my point? So they want to make sure they get you down here, and then I bet you once I get to that light, they're gonna like me off because my shift is over by now. Not over, but my shift ends at 3:30. So they call you at 3:15, so you have enough time to drive into the depot. But once past 3:30, then they shut you. They actually like you off. Sometimes I forget to log off. You know what I'm saying? Man, I've been zipping through this Monster energy drink all throughout the shift, and it still tastes good. You know what? It's flat, right? But it still tastes good because it's amazing. All these energy drink like Monster, like even if it goes flat, will still, taste like a juice, right? Man, I drink 2 to 3 of these every day. It's a killer, man. There's so much sugar there, caffeine. It's an addiction, man. You know how many times I said I'm not gonna be drinking anymore? And I just go buy it. Man, I could tell, between some of the healthy batteries on these cars and some of them are already started to deplete, right? Because like for instance, you see this car, I drove it pretty much the whole shift and it still has 37%. Normally some of the cars I drive during the shift, by the time I return them, they're like at 15. And they're still new cars. They're not really that old. But I could tell this car's got low mileage and it drives very smooth, except from that clocking that I hear right here in front of the dashboard, although it's not a dashboard. See, this is the entrance of the Pfizer building, right? But we're not allowed to go through here. We are allowed to exit, but we're not allowed to go in. You see what I'm saying? Because this place houses a lot of businesses, man. And one of them is Fresh Direct. Fresh Direct, it existed before this ride share, before the food delivery apps. We basically could order things online and they deliver to you, right? But everything comes in a truck. The truck comes in with a bunch of deliveries, it's the same thing like you can see in Amazon Flex, where they give you the batch and it happens to be within the same vicinity. It's the same thing like that. Fresh Direct, they deliver all groceries, anything you want, from fruit, whatever. They have a place here. I can see them. People, they come here. They back all the stuff. I mean, Fresh Direct is just, they're huge. You know, they're only, they have a bunch of warehouses. And one of the big, I don't know, because Fresh Direct, I don't think a Fresh Direct is actually in other part of the country. I think they're only here in New York. You know, I don't know if you know, you guys, you know, Fresh Direct, right? It's called Fresh Direct. That's what it's called. I think they're only in New York. Hey, Brenda, how you doing, Brenda? How you doing today? Yeah, Brenda, I can see that you came in a little late. Yeah, Brenda, I was telling you about last time you were talking about the building, right? So I put in a link of one of the buildings that you were referring to, but then I realized that we were talking about one of the buildings that I went by on Madison. It's actually, it was an armory, but they turned it into a high school. It's actually, it's a high school along the Upper West Side. It's actually a private high school. Yeah, it is. You know, you said they have some turret on top, like they look like a castle. But I did actually put in one of the link right there for one of the buildings. I'm fascinated with that building along Central Park West. It was basically back in the late 1800 to early 1800. At one point, that place was actually a cancer research, whatever that they built. It was almost like a hospital. But then, you know, along the years, Marcus, all the way. Yeah. How you been, man? Good. Nice to see you. Yeah. You got too many shirts now, man. They give you like now it says Ravel Leeson. And no, yeah. You see how they look in color? They're like gray. You see the app, right? The app for the rental. Yeah. It's different than the app for W2.
I noticed that.
Have you seen it?
Like
yeah, the collar. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah. That's why I was talking to this supporter on the phone, and he had no idea. I was like telling him, because now I'm having a problem with the app, like the W2 app, because usually I don't get the notification sound of the. Company told you up in the site. You see what I'm saying? And I told that guy and some of the supporters on the phone. They go like, okay. Someone told me, yeah, they had feedback symptom like I was telling them. Like now, I constantly have to keep looking at the phone when the request comes in. Otherwise, I would have missed the trip. But I could care less. I'm W2 from right now. They gotta fix it. That's their problem. You know, not my phone. But I have the trick right now. I have a trick how to actually be able to get the trick. You see how I can show you. Like now, right? I'm gonna go to my app. See, in order for me to get a trip, I need to close the app and have one of the app open. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be YouTube. It could be, you know, my messages right here, inbox. It could be anything, and I could open it right there. And then when the trip comes in, I can hear the notification. But if I have the app open right now, and trip comes in, I won't be able to hear the notification.
That's weird. That's annoying.
I swear, and I found out the trick. You see what I'm talking about?
But you got to do that.
Yeah, I'm W2 from right. I'm in W2 right now. I could care less how many trips I could miss.
Fair enough.
You see what I'm talking about? And then my count towards my metric. You know, so I could care less about the metric at this point. Yeah, but when it becomes a dependent contractor, I don't want to miss none of those trips. I want to take everything that comes in, right? Marcus, I appreciate you, my friend. I'm gonna go back there. You want me here?
This car just finished.
Oh, you want me to park it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I was telling this dude, you know what I'm saying? Like people, you tell them certain things because you're the one that performing the job, and then they don't want to listen. You see? At this point, I could care less. You know, I really like it. You know why? Because as much as I hate to go to the airport, you see what I'm saying? I mean, I could care less if Rebel now is listening to my stream, because they do listen to your, they watch the videos and stream. Z, what's up? Yeah, they listen all the streams and everything, so. You know, LaGuardia, yeah, well, JFK, man, it's like a disaster, bro. And you go sometime and you want to pick some people with their luggage, and none of the luggage fit in this car. Yeah, none of these luggages fit. You know, like if they got like a bunch of suitcases, forget about it. You're not gonna be able to yeah, man, it's the end of the shift. Really nice, guys, for you to come and chill out here through my stream, because it's been really awesome, guys. Yes, guys. Yes. It was really nice stroll today through the city, right? You guys enjoyed the sightseeing. I hope you guys did, you know. Like I said, you know, part of my job is I like to drive. That's why if you're not into driving, then you just definitely don't want to do this job. Honestly, you don't. You know what I'm talking about? So, and sometimes you drive, you know, and then you have to deal with other motorists on the street. You know, some of them, they're literally, you know, they don't know what happened. You know, I mean, look, I'm not gonna generalize all people that drive, but most people that drive in the city, they just don't have any clue. But you know, I'm not perfect, guys, but we all have our pros and cons. You know, we all, you know, but we're not perfect. But obviously, what I do as a rideshare driver is I do my job with all professionalism. You know what I'm saying? And courtesy. But if someone wants to, you know, like being rude in the back seat, or I'm gonna be rude too, you know. And I'm not like that. I'm a very nice guy. You know what I'm saying? I always come through for people. But man, sometimes when you need the friends, they walk away. I hope you guys had a good time today. Like tomorrow, honestly, I was thinking about picking up shift, but if not, maybe Thursday. But I'll definitely Saturday be streaming for you guys, right? And I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. You know, all of you. I mean, I know there's few people that come to stream. You know what I'm saying? But it's good enough for me, you know, to feel like at least some people to come here and be part of the stream. You know, so just a couple months ago I was streaming. Nobody wants to come into my stream. But guys, enjoy the rest of your day. Stay healthy. Think before you act, you know. And I'll talk to you sometime either Thursday. I'm gonna be here Saturday for you guys. So definitely I'm gonna be here Saturday to stream for you. All right, guys. I need to get better phone. You know, something like bigger, like maybe the 15 Pro Max. That's what I'm shooting for, man. Yeah, guys, I hope you guys had a good time. I'll see you soon. All right, I'll talk to you soon, either Thursday or Saturday, guys. All right, guys. All right, you take care. Bye. Guys, I really appreciate you again. All right, thank you again. Stay healthy, be safe, and I'll talk to you soon. All right, bye, guys.